Hey, good morning, everyone. Sorry for the delay. We're waiting for Mr. Martinez, and he's on his way. We know he'll be here soon. It's February 10th, 2022, and I'm going to call the Governing Board of the South Florida Water Management District monthly meeting to order. The first thing always is the Pledge of Allegiance, and Vice Chair Wagner, would you lead us? Thanks, Vice Chair. Appreciate that. And governing board members, it's nice to see you all. It's good to be back in this building. And I'm going to ask to make sure your microphone's on. As you know, when you talk into it, please speak into the mic so the public can hear you. If you turn your head, take your mic with you. On the revised agenda, you're going to see there's an attorney-client closed-door session. It's item number 31. We'll be conducting that during the lunch break. A few reminders to those of for those who are joining us on Zoom. Members of the public who wish to address the board can use the raise your hand feature in Zoom. If members of the public are having any trouble and need help, please go to the website sfwmd.gov and click the Ask Us button at the top of the page, and staff will help you out. If you're using a phone and you'd like to comment, *9 to raise your hand and *6 to mute and unmute. And as a courtesy to others who wish to speak, members of the public are asked to comment only once on each item. We'll take public comment first from those who are here in person and submitted a comment card, followed by those who raised their hand on Zoom. I can see we've got a full room here with lots of awards, and I'm really looking forward to hearing from Mr. Bartlett on some of those awards. And if you all could join me down on the floor, that'd be great.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we got a couple of recognitions that we'd like to do this morning. First is, as you know, the district takes on a charity every year, and we had a silent auction in December to raise money for the Warrior Canine Connection. And that is an organization that helps wounded warriors with assistance dogs. They train them, and they do that for the wounded warriors. And Terry Bates, who you know, who helped us out a lot in the beginning, is very active in that organization. And so we raised $9,000 at the district during that fundraiser, but that brought the total award, the total amount raised for Warrior Canine Connection to $100,000 for the year. And Terry Bates is here, who'd like to recognize the board and acknowledge that. Thank you, Terry.
Good morning. It's a real pleasure to be here with you all today as a volunteer and representative from Warrior Canine Connection. And I wanted to introduce Pacone. This is my 7-month-old service dog in training. He's a Labrador Retriever, very interested in everything up here. Sit. And so my job with him is to socialize him to everything that someone would do in their normal life, whether that's going to the mall or the grocery store or public meetings like this, and prepare him for life as a service dog. I'll have him till he's anywhere from 14 to 15 months old, and then he will go on with the professional trainers with Warrior Canine Connection just outside of Washington, D.C. And they operate programs in conjunction with Walter Reed, with veterans that are in treatment for PTSD and traumatic brain injury, to be service dogs for members with mobility impairment or PTSD, and they engage those service members in training this dog as part of their therapy for their fellow veterans that needs them. So it's a very full circle program. The other thing I just want to introduce, his name is Pacone. They honor veterans by naming all of their service dogs for veterans, some living, some deceased. And I'm very honored that Pacone is named for a former district employee, Mike Pacone, who was the chief pilot at the Water Management District for 23 years, also flew for the Fish and Wildlife Commission and Broward County Law Enforcement for more than 30 years. So very honored to have him representing Pacone, representing Mike Pacone's career as a Mike's career as a public servant and a Vietnam veteran, Army helicopter pilot, wounded in action, Purple Heart recipient who volunteers his time for veterans organizations. And I'm really pleased there's so many employees here because that's really who we want to recognize today. Since 2014, this organization has had bowling tournaments, yard sales, silent auctions, raffles, dog walks, all to raise funds for this organization. And as Drew mentioned, raised over $100,000 from all of those activities with some sponsorship from the Bachelor Foundation. And so we wanted to recognize the employees of this organization in the South Florida Water Management District, because I know when I did orientation for all of you as new board members, I told you would not fail to be impressed on the professionalism, the dedication, the awesomeness of the staff of this organization. But I didn't tell you how charitable and compassionate they are, and they really embrace this organization. And we wanted to recognize them today with an award, a Wag of the Tail Award from Warrior Canine Connection. I'm going to ask Mike to join me and bring that up to present with Pacone. Come on, Pacone. Go ahead. Yeah, please. Come on, Pacone. Let's go.
Which pecan?
Both Pacones.
Okay. Pacone is welcome, well, this Pacone is welcome at every board meeting. All right, the other thing we want to recognize this morning is the Water Management District participates in the Palm Beach County Regional Science Fair. And we had scientists on staff go and judge that science and engineering fair. We had Matt Ball, Richard Boda, M.D. Josen, Phyllis Klarman, and Jessica Teets go and help judge that science fair. And we have the recipients of the recognition with us today to recognize. We have Kyle Sagone from South Atlantic, Florida University High School in Boca Raton for his project, Comparison of Stomata in Florida Native and Non-Native Plant Species. We have Ashish Amata from the Alexander Dreyfus School of the Arts in West Palm Beach for his project, Florida Biscayne Bay is a subtropical estuarine system with diverse flora and fauna. And we have Alejandro Ricon from Polo Park Middle School in Wellington for his project, Saving Energy with a Living Roof. So these three students and their families are here. We have certificates for them. We'd love to invite them up to take a picture with the board and recognize their achievement. Thank you. All right, on to our awesome employees. First of all, let's talk about the service awards. And the first one we have is a 25-year service award. That is for Hope Barton. She's a lead hydrologist in the Water Use Bureau with the Regulatory Division. Now, Hope came to us and employees, there's a lot of you here today, so I may be a little brief. Sorry you get shortchanged on this one. But Hope is a groundwater, she came to us as a groundwater modeler in the groundwater water supply planning section, and she really helped stand up the Lower Kissimmee groundwater model, which you guys approved the water supply plan on recently last year. But then she moved over. During that time, she got her GIS professional certification, which obviously we rely on and use very, very frequently. But then she moved over to the Water Use Permitting Bureau, where she reviewed 860 permits over her time, and that's an incredible review. I mean, as Ben will tell you, a lot goes into those consumptive use permit reviews, and she is very much engaged in that, and we're glad she is because she's a hydrogeologist with modeling experience. But also, in her time here, she's been in our Toastmasters Club. We have a Toastmasters Club for 23 years, and she's very active in that, so I will invite her to do speaking for me at my next opportunity. So, Hope, 25 years of service, thank you very much. Come on up. All right, another 25-year service award. It's Rosalind Ellington. She's in our Engineering and Construction Bureau, and she came to us 25 years ago and got straight into hydro data management. And you know how fond I am of data management. We use data all the time here, and she jumped right in, and we've got DB Hydro, which is the elite data management system in the world. And so she was there at the beginning 25 years ago helping us stand that up. And then she went into environmental resource permitting and the stormwater review. And if you don't know this, Florida is very unique in stormwater management when it comes to post-construction stormwater management. And she was there reviewing those plans to make sure that all those developments treated their stormwater to specified standards to protect our water resources. And then she moved over to the Construction Bureau where she is now. And she is managing the C-139 flow equalization project to put clean water into the Everglades, which is an incredible project that she is managing for us, and we couldn't be more appreciative of that. Man, 25 years across the district, many different programs, and still going, and we really appreciate it, Rosalind. Thank you for your 25 years of service. Okay, up to 30-year service award. We want to thank Mako Touche, who's a heavy equipment operator in the Big Cypress Field Basin, Colonel Roman, for his 30 years of service. And so he came in 30 years ago, and it was very evident right away that Mako makes things happen. And I guess when you move heavy machinery around, you can make things happen. Wish I had that skill. But he was very instrumental because many of us experienced Hurricane Andrew as it ripped across the southern part of the state. And so he deployed to Everglades City to really try to help them respond to that devastation after Hurricane Andrew. So he was instrumental in that. But then he took a junket into land management, where he worked with Jim Goodwin to control exotics and invasive plants. And with 1 million acres of land that the district owns, that's an incredible feat and a job well done. So he got this incredible experience managing plants in our natural system to try to keep it natural the way it should be. And we really appreciate his effort on that. But now he's back with Big Cypress Basin, making things happen. And we love what he does for us because that is central to our mission, providing that flood control for Collier County. So, Mako, thank you so much for your 30 years of service.
Thank you.
Okay, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. If you want to say something, you're welcome to.
Thank you.
No, all right, 35 years service award. So this is for thanking Robert Campbell. He's a vegetation management specialist with our Land Resources Bureau. So he basically grew up with the district controlling exotic and invasive plants. He came in, like a lot of us did, entry-level position, just basically pulling weeds, right? I mean, controlling those exotic plants out in the field, doing what he needed to do for our land management activities. He did that from the Miami-Dade station. Then he became a supervisor, moved to Okeechobee with his family, and supervised the crews out there managing our lands, and then started supervising the contractors out there managing our lands while at the Okeechobee field station. And man, we got some beautiful lands, and it's because of work like his. Now he's in headquarters. He moved to the headquarters bureau, where he now works with all the field stations, helping manage lands across the district, across our 16 counties, improving our coordination, improving our efficiencies, training our field folks to get the job done right. And last summer, he dabbled in blue-green algae at the same time as we could try to control these invasive species of plants. So it's what we do well at the Water Management District, and we do it well because of folks like this, and 35 years is a great amount of experience, and we really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Come up, 35 years, Robert. All right, another 35-year service award. It's Dolores Arias from she's in Real Estate Bureau. All right, she brought her fan club. All right. So we got, she came to us 35 years ago as an executive assistant for the district, but quickly moved into the land appraisal department where she was a technician and really helped launch SERP and all of our appraisals necessary for land acquisition under SERP. And what I'm told is she was instrumental in a lot of the Kissimmee land acquisition for that incredible restoration project that we're all so proud of now. So she did become, after being a technician, she became a certified appraiser, and really that used those skills for great benefit for the Water Management District in doing real estate transactions, which is a constant for the Water Management District, particularly under SERP. But she wasn't satisfied with that, right? So she wants to get into data management, right? Love it. So she helped stand up the IRIS system, an integrated real estate information system, where now we have a data source for all of our real estate transactions and real estate history. And it takes constant management and feeding, and she's there upgrading it. Jackie, you would love it. There's history in this database, right? This happens occasionally. You can give that to Sean. So she is, and then as we do real estate transactions, there's cost share, right? So she helps put together those packages for cost share with the federal government, which I must say is not easy, but she does it well. So anyway, 35 years, incredible resource for the Water Management District. Everybody loves her, as you can tell. Thank you, Dolores, 35 years of service. Okay, next we have another 35-year service award for Beverly Miller. She's a senior right-of-way specialist in the Field Operations Division, and Beverly's been in right-of-way her entire career here. And that is a wonderful thing because right-of-way is so important to us. She has been there for thousands of applications for access to our right-of-way. And these are not easy sometimes, right? You get them on, across your dais every once in a while, but it includes bridges through our right-of-way, utilities, incredible utilities through our right-of-ways, canal modifications, all these things. And they have to be done very carefully and very specifically to protect our resources, to protect our assets at the Water Management District. And as folks will tell you, that's very important to us. And if you're trying to get a right-of-way permit, you're going through the gauntlet, right? It's got to be done right to protect our resources. And she's been doing it for 35 years, and everybody knows she's good at it. And I'm told that she's very strong-willed, and she'll speak her mind. And that's what you need in right-of-way. That's what you need. So, and the other thing is there's a little sign in her office that says, "Let's ask Bev." And it's just an acronym, LAB, Let's Ask Bev, because that's Bev Miller. Let me check one more thing on this. And that's right, she retired. So she has come back and we just really want to thank her for 35 years of service at the Water Management District, and you're welcome back anytime. All right. Okay. Now let's talk about some employees of the month. And we've got December, January, and February, same with teams of the month, and then we have the 2021 employee and teams of the year. So our December 2021 employee of the month is Jason Deans. He's a building superintendent at our administrative services division. Now, Jason, he really helps us manage a lot of our critical facilities, 5 district service centers, the FOC campus, the laboratory, the engineering division for SCADA, and the SCADA development laboratory, and the warehouse facility. A lot of these areas, construction trailers, they are areas where people had to work in the office during the pandemic, right? And so the reason he's being recognized is because his commitment to safety. He really was compassionate about these employees that were nervous. He really committed to safety, did all the infrastructure necessary to help them feel safe in their situation. He responded with sanitation whenever there was a case. He was there 24/7. He worked after hours. He really upped his game and helped us through this pandemic. And hats off to facilities department during this pandemic. They've done a great job, but he went above and beyond for these specific facilities because they were not work from home facilities. And he's got great teamwork, great attitude, as you can tell, because we are still in business today and ticking along and everything is going great. So I wanted to thank him. Congratulations, Jason, for December Employee of the Month. All right, so the December team of the month is the right-of-way online permitting implementation team. That is Ravi Arya, Archana Chitumala, Jamie Crandall, Eliu Cueto, Kathy Forsyth, John Hicksenbaugh, Tom Kirkelvold, and Carter Roosh. So, right-of-way permitting, we just talked about that. It's a challenging thing. We've been doing it since 1952. That's a long time, 70 years, right? We now are doing it electronically. And it's this team that made it happen to do it electronically. Carolyn could tell you how to do it not electronically, but now we can do it electronically, and it's a great system. It's like Amazon, right? I mean, they worked for 7 years to get this thing just right so that you could get in, you could apply for your permit, pay for your permit, track your permit, and know everything about the whole process that's going on. Not only that, when you stand up a new database system, you got to import 70 years of decisions into that new data system, paper to electronics. And so they made that happen for the Water Management District. Now we have an online system, incredibly useful. That's us, innovation, improvement for the Water Management District. That is why they are the December Team of the Month. Thank you. Come on up.
camera, you'll be seen. Okay. And 3, 2, 1. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Our January 2022 Employee of the Month is Gary Frederick. He's in our Field Operations and Maintenance Supervisor in the West Palm Beach Field Station. Now, Jerry.
Yeah, Jerry.
Jerry, okay. Jerry is responsible for basically structure refurbishment for the whole district. So he runs the paint and blast facility, the machine shop, the hydraulic shop to provide support for all 16 counties and the refurbishment of our structures. And that takes coordination and dedication and lining up supply chain issues, everything that's necessary to make this machine shop work. And of course, every time something's going on, we're trying to refurbish something, we're trying to get ready for the wet season, obstacles occur. And he's had to overcome those through the pandemic, like I said, supply chain and everything. And you may remember recently when we had an HVAC system, our air conditioning system here at the building was on the fritz and causing us problems, and it was unexpected. You might remember the door being cracked over here and trying to bring air in. That was him trying to get things going and keep it going. It's all fixed now because of his efforts, and we really wanted to recognize him as our Employee of the Month. Thank you very much.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. Thank you.
All right, our January 2022 Team of the Month is the Loxahatchee Mitigation Bank Hazardous Vegetation Removal Team. And that is Robert Campbell, Steve Coughlin, John Fairtrace, Robert Hopper, Matt Van Leeuwen, Libby Pigman, and Linda Yarish. Now, why are these folks getting recognized? So we have a canal in Boca Raton that goes around our mitigation bank. That canal is used for flood protection of the local communities. And as you all know, we have to do vegetation maintenance on all of our canals. And the public takes great interest in our vegetation maintenance activities on our canals. And so this team spent a year and a half working with the neighborhood associations and really trying to take care of that it's called big bypass ditch around our mitigation bank. It is now done. It's there, capable of providing the flood protection for those local communities because this team and all the work they did, the precise work they did, and the outreach they did to make sure this whole thing happened. And the reason I know is it's a success because I didn't get one call during this whole project, and that's the sign of a success. Thank you very much, Team of the Month. Thank you. All right, next we have our February 2022 Employee of the Month, and that is Claudette Livingston. She's a purchasing specialist in our Procurement Bureau and Administrative Services. So during the last fiscal year alone, Claudette processed 1,937 purchase orders. There's only 365 days, right? Totaling approximately $7 million and generated 16 solicitations for the Water Management District. I mean, really, do I need to go on? But I do, because there's more, because she also assisted with the Administrative Purchasing Card Program, and you've all got P cards, and you know there's a lot going into administering those things. But the other thing that you have to know about Claudette is she's very appreciated. And if you've ever worked in an organization like ours and you have to get things done, it's folks like Claudette that can help you get things done, because as someone trying to do science or something like that, you need to purchase stuff, and Claudette can make that happen for you. And so you value that tremendously, not only internally, but I'm told externally, the customers, the folks outside the organization that she works with on purchasing love her to death as well. And that's what we want. We want that great representation for the South Florida Water Management District. So it's a great honor for me to present Claudette with the January or February Employee of the Month. Thank you, Claudette. All right, February Team of the Month is the Fuel Dispensing System Team. Christopher Bagtalia, Thomas DeBold, Jose Esquivel, Steve Traver, George Wheeler, and Philip White. Fuel dispensing systems, what is that? It's a gas pump, right? It's more than that. That's why we call it a fuel dispensing system. Ours were out of date. Ours were gas pumps, right? But we're better than that at the South Florida Water Management District. So they went through a process of upgrading all of our fuel disbursement systems throughout the Water Management District, of which there's many, to make it modern technology and make it reliable and real time. So now our fuel dispensing systems speak to the central computer. We know how much gas is in each tank, when it needs to be refilled. We can plan, we can get the best price for gas, and we can never run out, right? And that's what you need when a hurricane's barreling down on you. You need to have gas where you need to have gas. Now we have this fuel dispensing system that absolutely takes into account everything we need. IT security, our future needs, maintenance, everything. It's a much better system, and we can make it happen much better now, and we're much better off for it. And they did this, of course, all during the pandemic. This whole new system, supply chain issues, whatever. We are up and running now, and we can keep track of our gas and make it happen real time. Really appreciate it. Our February Team of the Month, fuel dispensing. Thank you. pretend like you know each other. All right, 3, 2, 1. Thank you. Two more. All right, let's talk about Employee of the Year. So our 2021 Employee of the Year is Patrick Burton, Assistant Superintendent, West Palm Field Station. Now, I'm really happy that our field stations are just bar none. They are so responsive. They get the job done for the South Florida Water Management District. And Patrick is an ideal representative for our field station crews. He is always there. He's available 24/7, and he can be depended on at any time. Emergencies, whatever you need, Patrick at our West Palm Field Station is absolutely on the job. And he helped us navigate the pandemic. Field stations couldn't work from home. They had to come in. They had to figure out how to social distance. They had to figure out how to communicate and do all their work with all those protocols in place. And Patrick was right there making it happen for us. And you may know him a little bit because he steps up and he organizes those events we've had over near the field station just west of here. And we had one just a couple of weeks ago. And he gets out there with the gravel, and he gets out there with the logistics, and he makes it happen for us. And honestly, he makes the district look really good, And you might notice that he looks really good today, too. Everyone knows what Patrick brings to the Water Management District, and thank you so much for your service, and congratulations on the award. Okay. 3, 2, 1. Thank you. All right, our 2021 Team of the Year. And we cheated a little bit on this one because we are recognizing our water reservations team. And this team basically adopted 2 water reservations, this team, and got 2 teams of the month this year. But a lot of the same people were on both teams, and water reservations are not easy. They are being recognized for the adoption of the EAA Reservoir Reservation and the Kissimmee River Water Reservation. They are a lot of people. Steve Bosquin, Jennifer Brown, Michael Brown, Clay, Emily Canny, Camille Carroll, Kim Charazi, Mark Cook, Tony Edwards, Jessica Frost, Lawrence Glenn, Jeff Udicello, Natalie Kraft, Dong-Yoon Lee, Don Medellin from retirement, Brenda Mills, Matt Morrison, Alberto Naya, Sue Newman, Laura Scala Olimpio, Sean Scully, Fred Sklar, Jan Sleuth, Nancy Stetler, Simon Sunderland, Nick Vitani, Leslie Waugh, Zach Welch, and Walter Wilcox. A lot of people it takes to do the science, do the law, do everything that's necessary to make our restoration projects work. We have to get this water reserved to make the investment to actually restore these ecosystems. It doesn't start without these reservations. They have to be done. They have to be done timely. And it's an incredible public involvement, incredible effort, incredible science, peer review, modeling, you name it, working with folks nearby. It is a lot of work, it's a lot of engagement, and they did it well, and they did it fast. Some faster than others, but it takes a long time. You know, it is absolutely necessary to recognize this group as the 2021 Team of the Year, and let's do this church picture.
Don, good to see you. How are you? You all fun everywhere?
I think because I can get as wide to see edge to edge of the dais. But there's a lot of space bottom and top that's wasted. So if you were to get Steve on top, we can have a closer in photo so that people.
Everyone see the lens from where you're at. Okay, that means you'll be seen in the photo. All right. Okay. 3, 2, 1. 3, 2, 1. Okay. Thank you very much.
I gotta do, but he's not here for the picture.
Okay.
It's Steve. Thank you, Terry. So, one other thing. One other thing, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to point out. All right, so we do have, he's not here today, he can't be with us today, but Steve Congleton, we're recognizing him with a Good Samaritan Award. He's a heavy equipment operator out of the Clewiston field station. So Steve Congleton, he was in November of last year. He was driving north on County Road 835 just south of Clewiston. And he noticed a young girl walking on that road all by herself out south of Clewiston. And he recognized that there was potential danger for this young girl. So he called his supervisor and informed him, and the Hendry County Sheriff's Department came out and was able to help her, but they found out she was a runaway. You know, it's heartbreaking, but Steve was there to help her out, get her back home, and safely and soundly. So for a Good Samaritan Award, we're recognizing Steve Congleton out of our Clewiston Field Station. Thank you so much, Steve. That's all, Mr. Chair. Back to you.
Oh, thanks very much, Drew. I am absolutely proud to be associated with this organization. When I look at the quality, the depth, the breadth of our employees' knowledge and commitment to making water right in South Florida, we're very fortunate to have such great staff. We're going to move on with the agenda now, and we'll go to item number 5 and see if there are any changes to the agenda. Rosie?
There are, Mr. Chairman. Item 31 was added, and the item after was renumbered.
Okay, thank you. And we'll see if there are any board abstentions on anything. We'll start with Mr. Butler.
I have none, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez.
None.
Colonel Roman?
None.
Vice Chair?
None.
I have none. Mr. Olipich?
None.
Mr. Steinley?
None.
Mr. Bertrand?
I have one. I'm abstaining from participating in the voting on action stemming from item 31, the attorney-client closed-door session. My company, Bergeron Land Development, was selected prior to my appointment as the prime contractor for the C-44 Reservoir Stormwater Treatment Area project.
Thank you, Mr. Bergeron. We'll get Ms. Meads when she comes back. We'll take a look at the approval of the minutes for December 9th, 2021 meeting. Those have all been distributed. I'm sure you've reviewed them. Are there any board member changes to the minutes? Can I have a motion?
I'll move, Mr. Chair.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second to approve those minutes. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Steinley.
Yes.
Mr. Olipich?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
And Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
And Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Thanks. That passes unanimously. Mr. Bartlett, you're up again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for my ED report, you know, I need to focus on current events, right? And so I'm really going to limit it to the Lake Okeechobee System Operating Manual and recent events that came out last Friday. So let's talk about LOSUM. It's been an incredible 2 to 3 years that we've been working as a board, as staff, on the new manual for Lake Okeechobee that will come out after the Herbert Hoover Dike is repaired. It's been an incredible process by the Corps of Engineers, and I thank you, Colonel Polk, for putting together that process of engagement for our communities, the public, the PDT, Project Development Team, and this board itself. It's been transparent, it's been engaging, and Colonel Kelly and Colonel Booth have personally invested time in making sure that all of our stakeholders are engaged. And we have seen the benefits that can come out of that kind of engagement with their preferred alternative. The Corps working with us, has produced a preferred alternative that benefits our coastal communities. It benefits water supply. It benefits the Everglades. It benefits recreation. There's so many benefits coming out of that process that are just incredible and that we need to marvel with. We're still engaging with them on the state rights for the water, and we're having very positive dialogues along that front. And they will be releasing their parts of their draft manual language at the next PDT meeting, which will be in early March. And we look forward to seeing what they're doing along with those lines. But then last Friday, the Senate put out their Appropriations Act. And along with that Appropriations Act, they introduced Senate Bill 2508. Now that Senate bill is a conforming bill. And conforming bills are supposed to be bills that adjust policies necessary for specific appropriations. This conforming bill made major policy changes with respect to this lake schedule. And conforming bills have limited public engagement. They have one stop, which was Wednesday at the Senate Appropriations Committee, where public comment was provided. That was it. That's why conforming bills have a limited scope. But this conforming bill did not. First of all, it amended Senate Bill 10. And you may remember that Senate Bill 10 went through an incredible legislative process, lots of committee stops, lots of investment, lots of people at the table expressing their opinion, and quite frankly, lots of modifications to the bill before it was done and agreed upon and voted by virtually every legislator in the Florida Senate, if not every, if I recall. But it amended that. And when it comes to funding, it took the EAA reservoir and it struck it. And it said this funding is not just for the EAA reservoir, which we had all agreed upon, it's for other reservoirs and storage facilities as well around the state. So it diluted the funding away from the EAA reservoir. And obviously, that reservoir, as you know, 2 weeks ago, is a Governor DeSantis priority, where he called on the federal government to get that funding going for the EAA reservoir for our coastal communities. So it went beyond that. It set policy for the Water Management District for Lake Okeechobee schedules. It said the policy that we need to champion is not only reducing harmful discharges to the estuary, but also providing a virtual guarantee for water supply, keeping that lake higher to guarantee water supply as a policy. Now, we all know that keeping the lake higher puts our coastal communities at risk of those harmful discharges that devastated them in 2016 and 2018. And in fact, Governor DeSantis, when he came into office in 2019, he worked with the Corps of Engineers, President Trump at the time, and he said, let's lower this lake, let's give relief to our coastal communities. And he took action with the Corps to lower the lake, which had direct benefits that same year when Hurricane Dorian was breathing down upon us, and we did not have to resort to prolonged harmful discharges on our coastal communities. It worked. So these policy changes essentially ask us to give water supply a guarantee and then ask us to do what we can with the environment after that. Now, you may hear that we're already supposed to do that. That's already in state law, but it is not. It is not. There's nothing in state law that says regulation schedules must attain minimum flow and levels. There's nothing in, you may hear about this 1 in 10, the amorphous 1 in 10, right? That is not in state law or regulation that metric applies to regulation schedules for Lake Okeechobee. It's a side issue. It's what we do for the permitting program. But it is not a legal requirement for regulation schedules. So this is new. This isn't restating what we're already supposed to do. Now, not only did it give us new policies, but it also tied our hands on our ability to pay invoices. We get appropriations to build incredible SERP projects for the state of Florida for the benefit of our communities all across South Florida. And what it's telling us, this bill, is it says they will not, when we hire a contractor to build incredible projects, they send us invoices. And when we send those invoices up and try to get the money to pay those contractors, this bill says we're not going to give you the money unless you follow these policies I just outlined. And you certify to us that you've done that. I feel bad for those contractors. So, we need to provide water supply, right? I mean, water supply is important for people. We've been championing that this whole process, the whole 2.5 years. We've been championing it for people on our coastlines with discharges, people inland on water supply, and we've made improvements on all those parts with balance. okay, with balance, not favoring one over the other. Now, and we know it works. For the last 3 years, we've been trying to operate this system with balance. We've been able to nourish the Everglades. We've allowed our estuaries to recover from harmful discharges over the past 3 years. And we've met all water supply demands over the past 3 years. That's what Governor DeSantis challenges us, so that's what you're doing, is providing this balance in this system to try to do everything we can. So, the last thing I want to point out is this Senate budget proposal. A lot of people have looked at the draft bill, but also look at the Senate budget proposal. Because that budget proposal says that the SERP appropriations for the EAA Reservoir Project and Central Everglades Project for the Everglades, the appropriations for the C-43 Reservoir for the West Coast, for the C-25 Reservoir for the Indian River Lagoon, and for the Cutler Wetlands Project for Biscayne Bay, and for the Miami-Dade Seepage Wall for the Everglades National Park in Florida Bay, will not get funds unless this bill passes. It's basically holding the whole South Florida ecosystem restoration program hostage over this bill. So as you can tell, Governor DeSantis gave us a challenge, and we've been executing that challenge. And this last-minute bill is an affront to that challenge. Chairman Goss went up to the legislature yesterday and spoke before the committee to express our concerns. And I would like to right now turn this over to Chairman Goss to report on that committee meeting for the benefit of this board. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Bartlett, very much for that. And I will bring you up to date on what happened when we testified yesterday or spoke to the committee and some of the senators before that. I'd like to change the agenda a little bit on the fly here and do board comment before public comment so that we can just morph this discussion. I want to hear from you all. I have not talked to, obviously I haven't talked to any of you about this. We just found out about it, I think I found out over the weekend, and then ended up going to Tallahassee right after that. So we're not allowed to talk anyway, but we need to hear from this governing board, and I think the governing board needs to have this discussion amongst ourselves and with our executive director and with our incredible staff so that we all understand exactly what's happening here and what the implications and ramifications of this are. The first thing I'll say is I can't tell you how fortunate we are to have Drew Bartlett as our executive director. Traveling to Tallahassee with Drew is really helpful to me. He knows the system. Obviously he knows South Florida water system better than anyone. He also knows Tallahassee very well, and he's got a tremendous amount of respect. So having Drew up there was phenomenal. We had a number of meetings with Senate Appropriations Committee senators prior, let's see, that must have been Tuesday night, or Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday night, and we expressed our concerns, and I'll tell you what our concerns were in a nutshell, and that's what Drew alluded to a second ago, which is, we've been working on LOSM for 3+ years with the Corps of Engineers. We've had tremendous amount of stakeholder input into that. I don't know how many meetings there have been, but there's been a lot of PDT meetings. There've been a lot of other meetings. It's the way the process should work. You hear from everybody, and you go ahead and you make your decision. And not only do that, but you look at your staff. I look at the staff at this organization, and having just heard some of those service awards and seen some of the other awards, it's just, again, we have tremendous depth here. And so you use that. You use the expertise of your hydrologists, of your geologists, of your water managers, of your modelers. And I know the Corps used our modelers quite a bit. So there's a lot that goes into this, and there's a lot that's gone into the LOSM process. And I haven't loved everything all the time, but it's okay. I'm not supposed to. It's supposed to be a balanced process where everybody gives a little bit, and it's worked, and it's gone very well. And the reason we're doing that is because we're trying to make progress on what the governor told us to do, which is reduce discharges and move water south. And he asked for $2.5 billion. We're well on our way to getting that. We've got 43 projects that we've started, finished, had major milestones on. We've got just incredible momentum right now, and this bill concerned us, so we went to the Senate to say this concerns us because I think it stops that momentum. And secondarily, and I think this is a huge process, Val, and I've been doing government stuff all my life. No one consulted us about this. And why wouldn't you consult the expertise of this organization before you try and figure out how to reroute the water and resupply the water for 9 million people in South Florida, which is one of the most complex things in the world to do? How can you do that, in less than a week with one Senate meeting? It just doesn't make sense to me, and it doesn't strike me as being excellent government. So we conveyed that to the Senate. There was the hearing yesterday. I spoke, basically said what I just said. Answered some questions not probably very well, or not to the liking of some of our friends in the Senate, but I didn't have much to say, as our staff was still looking into this bill, because we really didn't see it until Friday night, if anyone knew about it then, but over the weekend, and we're still working through it, trying to understand what the implications are, and Drew just gave a very good summary of that. So I wasn't the only one to speak. There was quite a bit of opposition at this hearing, and I think that the people who were opposed did a very good job of voicing their concern that we are making tremendous progress right now, and this is not the time to stop that progress, because we owe it to our economy and to our environment in South Florida to get the water right. So I'm going to stop talking. I'm going to go over to Vice Chair Wagner, because he's an attorney. He understands this probably way better than I ever will, and I'd love to hear his thoughts.
Thank you, and thanks for your efforts up in Tallahassee on short notice. When we joined the board, I think one of the priorities we all shared with one another from this dais and in front of you all was an effort to be as transparent and open as possible. And that meant for me to reach out and engage with a variety of different stakeholders in an effort to open communication lines to people to try to help in situations where there were problems or issues or concerns, so that we would have an open line of communication and we could figure out whether we could work things out together before fights or issues were raised in a more sort of aggressive manner. That's why I was a little bit surprised to hear of the filing of the bill 2508 on Friday evening, sort of in the dark of night, as I understand it. I was away and out of town, and so on Saturday morning when I woke up in New York, had a lot of messages and missed telephone calls on my phone of people who were deeply concerned about the language in 2508, which I had not seen and I was not necessarily aware of. And so my first call, and I just want to take you kind of down the journey that I've gone so that you all understand how I get to where I am ultimately going to conclude down the road on this. But my first call was really to Drew to say, had you heard about this? Generally there are things sometimes we don't hear about that the staff has been working on diligently, and when you ask them, have you heard about this? They go, of course, and they give you the briefing. This was not one of those situations. This was a situation where we were totally in the dark on a particular bill that relates directly to our operations, how we do what we do and manage water, and effectively how we were going to be conditioned to operate, or else you would not receive any budget releases. And so to me, this was a really big deal, and it was surprising to learn that we had not had any not even fair notice, but really no notice that this was coming down the pike or an opportunity to comment. There were obviously loud voices in the stakeholder community who were concerned about this, who were scrambling, who felt like this was an ambush or a sneak attack in the middle of the night, and everybody was sort of scrambling to understand what the consequences of this new language were as it related to the bill. And so I had effectively learned that this was filed late, that we had no notice, that not many people had an opportunity to understand what the language meant at the time. And my next question was, well, what is the process on this? What is the timeline? do we have an opportunity, does the public have an opportunity to comment? And that's when I first learned what a conforming bill was, because I'm not one of these Tallahassee insiders. I had no clue what that meant. They said, oh, it's a conforming bill. I said, okay, what does that mean? And apparently what that means is that it is shortcutting and short-circuiting the public comment process, that there would be only one opportunity for this bill to be heard in a Senate committee before it would end up on the legislative floor for vote. And so at that point I said, okay, well, I mean, when is that? I mean, this is like the weekend. When is the hearing? The hearing's on Wednesday. Okay, so one opportunity in Tallahassee. I mean, I think one thing everybody in Tallahassee agrees on is it's not necessarily the easiest city to get to. And so the next question was, do we have any plans to testify? Do we have a plan to make public comment at this Senate committee to voice our concerns? And the answer was yes, and I was pleased to hear that both Drew and Chauncey were going to take the time. Obviously a lot of work goes into our governing board meetings, which were happening today on Thursday. They were going up to Tallahassee on Wednesday. So, but I was pleased to hear it. And then I heard that there would actually be sort of a cavalry, if you will, of stakeholders who were all mobilizing, all were concerned, all who basically dropped everything they were doing on a moment's notice to come from all parts of the state up to Tallahassee. And I felt, generally confident that those folks who are dialed into these issues on a daily basis would have an opportunity to present and basically to make public comment before the Senate committee to voice their concerns. And so yesterday I tuned in. I had an opportunity to watch the proceedings on the Florida channel. And quite frankly, I was a little bit, because I did feel, I certainly felt that something was afoot. I didn't feel like this was traveling the natural course of a typical policy bill. It felt like it was filed in the in the nighttime, that was end-running public discourse, that nobody had seen the language or even heard of the language, that it was a conforming bill. It just felt like something that was being tied to the budget. Tied to the big budget, tied to our budget. It felt like all these factors would lead anybody to conclude something is afoot. And so I watched the hearing, and to me, actually, I went into the hearing thinking to myself, oh, these guys are going to take care of business and everything will be fine, because there's it just is what it is, and all the captains and guides and hotel people who were coming up, I felt they would be very powerful. But when I listened to the hearing, it sort of took a little bit of a turn for me. I have to be honest with you. I felt like many of those who came with hat in hand and their hearts on their sleeves, and who live their livelihood every day on the water, and who love Florida, and who dropped and paid to lost profits from their business on a particular day and flew up on a moment's notice and stayed in a hotel and rented a car, I'm sure, and did all these things to present themselves before the Senate. Quite frankly, I felt like they were, by some, belittled. I felt like they were insulted. I felt like they were told they didn't know what they were talking about. I felt like they were told that they didn't know how to cross-reference statutes against statutes, and therefore they shouldn't have been there. I felt like they were told that they had been misled or defrauded, and that they showed up on false premise. I'll be honest with you, it really irritated me. I thought there were regular, everyday people who were being unfairly singled out to cite chapter and verse from a statute that came out on a Friday evening. In my world, the onus is not on the citizens to explain the bill to the Senate. It's on the Senate to explain the bill to concerned citizens. And so to me, I felt people, battling with people over the word notwithstanding, okay? Telling people they needed to cross-reference Florida statutes and they didn't know how to do it, and therefore effectively they were dumb. I found that to be aggravating. And so as my emotions sort of rose over the course of the hearing, I just decided I was going to drop everything and dive into this because I am a lawyer and I do know how to read a statute and I do know how to cross-reference statutory language. And I was curious, genuinely curious, notwithstanding the way that people were treated. Notwithstanding the way people were treated, I was genuinely curious as to whether the community who was concerned, their concerns were misplaced, or were they over-exaggerated, or were they just confused? Or was it maybe the senators who had been confused? Because I don't think necessarily there's malintent there. Maybe they had been confused as well. Maybe there was something they weren't being told. And I just decided, listen, I'm going to dig into this thing yesterday, and I spent, the following 12 hours basically before this hearing diving into 2508 and trying to figure out what was going on. Was this a policy change, or was this merely, as it was sold, when I listened to the hearing, it seemed like what was being said was, this is not a policy change. We are merely asking the district to certify something they are already required to do. And so no big deal, okay? Now, I found that to be a little bit odd because if it's no big deal and it's some sort of pro forma perfunctory statute that has really no effect on anything, why would you jury rig and tie this thing to the budget? Why would you booby trap this thing and hold the entire Florida budget hostage and hold all the funds to the water management district hostage if this was just no big deal? We just want a little report card from you guys on things that you're already doing. That to me sounded not right. It just didn't sound like something you would do. So I dug into this. And here's what I think. Here's what I think is going on. I'm just going to tell you from my point of view what I think is going on. About a year ago or so, we had started to kick off more serious discussions on the direction of LOSM. And as part of those hearings that we had here, people in the agricultural community came to implore us to use the savings clause in the LOSM process. And there was a lot of discussion back and forth. And ultimately, I think most people looked at the statute, and I was a big let's read the statutes. Let's read the law. But when I did, it became utterly clear to me that the savings clause was for SERP. The federal savings clause is for SERP. The Florida savings clause, which may not apply because it's Florida versus a federal thing, had to do with SERP. But it was very clear to me it did not have to do with LOSM at the time. And and that kind of thing sort of went away. And then there was a lawsuit filed on the savings clause by the sugar industry. It had to do with the EAA reservoir project. I don't think it had to do with LOSM per se. Maybe it had to do a little bit with LOSM. But my point is that it seemed like it sort of went away, and this idea that we would have to import the savings clause into our LOSM analysis sort of went away. But I'm starting to realize that I don't think it went away. I think it was there the entire time. And what happened was when this district looked at the statute and decided this applied to SERP and not LOSM, somebody went to work. And where they went to work was at the Florida Senate. And they didn't tell anybody about it. They didn't disclose to anybody here that they were going to do it. And what they did was they snuck in 2508. And what is 2508? 2508 is not some sort of immaterial, send us a report card moment for the district. That is not what it is, okay? 2508 is a wholesale policy change that completely and entirely imports the savings clause, which is supposed to only do with SERP. The Florida savings clause, which may not have to do with SERP, but it's designed by Florida statute to deal with SERP, they are trying to import that into LOSUM. It is an absolute infection of LOSUM with a brand new policy change to import the SERP savings clause from the Florida statute into LOSUM, which has never been there before. And by the way, not only into LOSUM, but into any future regulation schedule. That has never been there before. I found myself asking, why do you have to codify something that you say is already codified? Because that's not what you're doing. What you're doing is you're adding not a language merely to certify what you're already doing. You're adding brand new language. And by the way, the language that's in the new bill in 2508, it's actually even more stringent than the savings clause. It goes even further. It adds section D in between lines 246 and 269. There's a section D that never appears in section 5 above. Okay, it is a complete and wholesale importation of the savings clause on steroids into the LOSUM process. And so the argument that this situation is merely being sold as, oh, well, we give you 70% of every dollar that you have, and therefore we merely would like you to certify that you're doing the things you're already required to do, that is in fact completely inaccurate. It's a lie, because we do not have to certify, nor do we have to abide by this savings clause on steroids under LOSUM. Or any other regulation schedule. And the only way that we have to do that is if 2508 is passed. And the reason 2508 is now tied to our money and tied to the entire Florida budget has nothing to do with getting a mere report card. It has to do with importing and infecting LOSUM with these bogus savings clause on steroids clauses that completely tie our hands. And that goes the same for lines 348 to 351. And so the argument to those folks that came up that they don't know what they're talking about, or they're clueless, or they were brought up to Tallahassee on false pretenses, is just inaccurate. It's not true, because when you read the language of the statute, it's utterly clear. Now, the striking of the EAA reservoir and the addition of the Section 1B language, that's a concern. Now, that's where all that argument over notwithstanding came in, okay? Now, it's true that it still authorizes the projects in the suite of 1B to be funded. The question is, does it now dilute the funding that was available on a recurring basis to the EAA reservoir to the other 3 projects that are identified in 1B? If the answer is yes, which I think most people are looking at with great concern, then the argument by some of the senators that this does not cut funding to the EAA is a lie also, okay? Because if you have $64 million on an annual recurring basis being allocated to the EAA reservoir, and now you're splitting it between 3 other projects, guess what? The EAA has been cut. And so you just got to call it how you see it, and you got to tell people what you find, and you got to be upfront with people in my world. And to me, these people were not being upfront, okay? Restoring minimal flow levels to the lake and guaranteeing people 1 in 10 certainty, there is no certainty in what we do, okay? It's impossible to guarantee certainty in what we do, okay? There's a little thing up there called the weather, and we don't have any control over it. So the idea that these things are being passed as just these kind of mere bills with no real change We can just do it as a conforming bill. This doesn't really have a big policy change. It's just flat out false. I mean, the reality at the end of the day is I wish people would have simply come to us and asked us. We are already taking agriculture into consideration, okay? Nobody is diminishing that. We are taking agriculture into consideration. Sugar is part of our decision-making process, okay? It's not sugar we have a problem with. It's artificial sugar we have a problem with, okay? It's artificial, and that's what's going on right now. They are putting artificial sugar in the drink in an effort to prioritize themselves over others. And that is something that we should not allow occur.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I'm glad you went to law school. Time well spent. Mr. Bergeron.
Well, I'll give you the redneck cowboy version of this. But I want to compliment our Vice Mayor Wagner. We are, and I am, and I know all of us are so honored that you're sitting here because your expertise is just overwhelming to let the public know what's going on here. You know, when you look at the board that the governor appointed, I could never be so honored that the diversity that sits here. And I've seen the best staff in the world, believe me, and I have thousands of people that work for me. And we're dealing with the largest restoration in the history of the world, environmental restoration. And we communicate with 9 million people down here in South Florida, and one-on-one a lot of times. And we're open ears, we're listening to the public, and everything we do is a balancing act. Balancing water supply, flood protection, and the environment. And I just can't see what the legislators are doing to make this political and be able to have the vision that our staff has, our board has, and all of our stakeholders that we communicate with. You know, we have the Everglades Coalition. We're meeting with 64 environmental groups. We meet with agriculture. We meet with the most important thing for the future of South Florida is quality of life for future generations, not poisoning our water, and making sure that developments in the right geographical areas and the most important natural resources are protected so we can continue to have economical growth and jobs and a quality of life in Florida. When it starts to get political up in Tallahassee, where they are controlling the will of the people that we listen to every day, constantly, the respect that we show to all of our stakeholders as we make all these decisions, there's no way that can be done in Tallahassee. And you know, a lot of people don't realize that sitting on this board is nearly a full-time job at times. And I am so honored. I love this state, and I so honored to be a part of making a difference. And but once it becomes political, everything will slow down, and it won't happen. And there is no way. I do tours constantly with congressmen, U.S. senators, our state senators, constantly, and trying to educate them on you know, the modified water delivery, water moving south, all the important things, the quantity, the quality, the timing, the distribution. And it's interesting what little bit they know and what they can learn. But we're hands-on right here in South Florida with 9 million people. And we study this constantly with the best staff in the world. And I just see this becoming political and tilting out of balance. Agriculture is important, but they have to be good stewards too as we achieve this. Industry is important. You know, the future home for future generations is important. You know, the balance. But I see this as them controlling in Tallahassee, what we're interfacing here at a local way is not good. Not good at all. And I think the public needs to really know what's going on here. Thank you.
Mr. Steinle?
Are we going around the horn? Yeah, I mean, my first comment is thank you both, Chauncey, for going up there and representing the district so professionally and with balance and patience, from what I hear. I'm looking forward to watching. I know I shouldn't say that, but I'm looking forward to watching that whole meeting. And Scott, I mean, your insight is just amazingly helpful and something that sort of exemplifies why this board is made up the way it is, representing different backgrounds, experience, and expertise. So I'm really honored to serve with you guys, with all of you. I guess I have to admit that I must be naive. I mean, I can't understand how anything like this could happen in state government, in any government. It's unbelievable to me. I mean, and we've been through this before, where these things are stuffed in the middle of the night, and the response eventually, and hopefully in this case, is swift, and hopefully it'll be more immediate in this case. But this is clearly it's a last-minute hidden runaround to subvert the LOSUM process. I mean, and that's a process like Ron, you were saying, 2 years plus that folks have talked to, thousands of comments, meetings, tons, all stakeholders. And what this seems to me, and by the way, we sit here in front of the mission statement of the district, which is about balance. And since we've sat on this board, I don't think there's been imbalance in terms of delivering water to any of the constituents under our purview. I mean, ag included. We can't meet this mission with this bill. It's bringing balance to imbalance. So, I mean, I see this as clearly coming from some people who say in public, full force support of the EAA reservoir, and then in private and with their lobbyists, do something totally contradictory to kill a project they just don't like. So I agree. We need to do whatever we can to fight this. And I think the best way to do that is to bring transparency, which clearly the state legislature does not want in this process, transparency to this bill. We need to raise public awareness, and we need to make it clear that this is representing a minority stakeholder group at the detriment of the majority of Florida residents. Society, the environment, flood protection, everything. It's just, this is so frustrating to me and disappointing and shameful. But I think it's something I guess I'm going to learn from. We need to do our best to fight it. So, I mean, clearly we oppose this. I think I speak for everybody, and I would love to know the district is doing everything to bring awareness to what's going on here, because it is shameful.
Thank you, Mr. Steinle. Mr. Lipich.
Yes. Well, when things get tough, I always try to find something to inspire me. And so I found something to inspire me. And I don't know if any of you know what this is, but this is an ancient coral reef from where they dynamited for the EAA stormwater treatment area, because Florida is built on a 6,000, 5,000-year-old ancient reef. And it also reminds me, I'll put it up here, like my triangle. It also reminds me that all life is about is change. And that is what we are going through right now. We are sitting on the biggest change that has ever come to the South Florida Water Management District in its history. In its history as the Everglades Drainage District, in its history as the Central and South Florida Flood Control District, and now the South Florida Water Management District. In our country, there have been many times, look at the civil rights movement, look at the fight for women for their rights, where we have had to fight for change. And people don't like to give up the status quo. They don't. No one likes to give up the status quo. Agriculture has been in a status quo position for a long time. I am part of agriculture. My grandfather was a major ag man at the University of Florida. Ben, I don't say this in any way, but I do, it's just the history. I was just up in Tallahassee looking through some archival information because, you know, we forget that, and we have to appreciate agriculture. We do, even if we have to. You know, I was thinking like I'm all mad, and then I go to the grocery store. You know, I'm like, this is kind of hypocritical. But this state in the 1930s and 40s, we were trying to build an economy. Okay, my grandfather, who worked for IFAS and for the University of Florida and for Ben Hill Griffin, these people were coming out of the Depression. There was no food on the table. These people had nothing, okay? They were scraping it to make it happen. And they created this amazing agriculture EAA. You know, that is part of the Central and South Florida plan, okay? And I respect that. I respect that. I honor that. But we are not living in 1948. You cannot say things about black people that you may have said years ago. It's wrong. You cannot say things about women that you may have said years ago. You belong in the kitchen. You can't say it. It's wrong. We have moved beyond these things. Agriculture cannot say, we are owed what we had in 1948. I respect them, but we cannot be in that place. We can't. And I look at this. I'm really not that surprised, to be honest with you. Look at 5003, what happened with 40E61. Do you remember that? Where we had a year of work and also people being involved, and then it was just smashed, and that was the end. It was changed by the legislature. Oh, well, we're God, you're not. We're in Tallahassee that takes 6-7 hours to get there, and you're not. You know, they wanted to move it. There was a constitutional amendment to move it to Tallahassee, the capital, to Orlando. And what they did really fast was they built the Capitol. So you could, I'm not kidding you, I was on the Constitution Revision Commission for 2 years. I mean, there is a reason why the power is way up there and they like it like that, okay? And I wanted to say that this is not over yet. This is not over yet. When I see my coral from 6,000 years ago, when I think of all that the people went through for Martin County since 2013, I mean, unbelievable, 5,000 people, rallies, kids. I mean, it's a culture. It's not just a movement. It's a culture. And Lonesome, They tried to divide us in Lotham. I mean, they didn't mean to, but Lotham kind of divided us. 2508 unites us. 2508 unites us. This is not over yet. We are united. We honor agriculture. Yes, you need water. We all need water. But the water in the state of Florida belongs to everyone, not just a group that was in power in 1948.
Thank you, Mr. Lopich. Colonel Roman?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I really appreciate the comments that everyone has made up until now, and I happen to agree with many of the things that have already been said. I would like to thank you, Mr. Chair, for dropping everything and running to Tallahassee to represent this board. I watched the hearing, and I have a few comments on that, but I'd also like to thank Scott, the Vice Chair, for going through the bill and taking his time to make sure that we could capture the essence of it, because I know it takes a lot, and we're all busy. I felt in many ways that the citizens that went to Tallahassee to speak their thoughts on this bill were diminished. And I value public outreach, and I value the individual citizens' opinions, and I've always have. And I was very disappointed to see that happen. And in many cases, they were given 45 seconds. They just dropped everything, went to Tallahassee to speak, and spent money renting a car, hotel, or driving up all night. I'm not sure. Each case is probably different. And in some cases, 45 seconds. And in many cases, the public speakers were diminished by not understanding, having it all wrong, not really getting the essence of the bill. And it was really disheartening. I just really felt that the public should have been treated better, but that's my thought on that. I think that what this bill does is it slows everything down, as Mr. Bergeron said, and adds dysfunction. And I can't say that I'm surprised either, because when people are working together and things are progressing and we're making progress and 43 items are either started, groundbreaking, or finished up, I mean, this is what success looks like. And success is a team sport. And there are just some folks that can't accept a team that's working together. And I think this is part of it. And we should all be working together for Floridians everywhere, and for protecting our water, and for protecting our environment, which is at the heart of our economy here in Florida. And we should be doing everything. And the legislature and the governor should be a part of that, which the governor's leadership has shown to be the guiding light for this. And we're on board with it. So we should be working together. We should celebrate that success. The legislature's funding has been critical to some of these efforts. But, some folks just can't accept that things are working well, things are working in a transparent way, and moving forward like they've never have before. And so I just want to say that I'm not surprised that this happened. And we should fight this in every way we can. And I would agree with you, Jackie, that this has galvanized all of the stakeholders in this regard. And I just hope we're successful, because this will really gum up the works. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Meads?
Oh, boy. You're never going to lunch today. It's my turn. I'm kidding. So I want to start by thanking the Senate for confirming me and giving me another 4 years here. I want to thank staff. I want to thank Colonel Roman and Ben Butler for making that trip with me, that we went together. And if you don't think we had some fun in the midst of the pain, which does happen, just check out Ben's Facebook, Ben Butler, South Florida Water Management District Governing Board Facebook page, and you will see a picture that horrified my husband of me. But anyway, in an elevator. It's the one where we took the selfie in the elevator and I was too short. So, but I want to tell you, we are a family in 3 years. And I don't really we have gotten to know each other, haven't we? And you guys know them like I do, because we've gotten to know each other up here, and then occasionally we have these really cool, painful experiences together, like the confirmation hearing, and Ben Butler went first. And I want to tell you, I'm a weeper, and that doesn't mean that I'm weak. It means that I have a soft heart. So Ben, if you didn't catch it, Ben made his opening statements and he went first. And Ben knew those senators in a way that I don't, never met. And Ben threw his credibility in our direction. The last thing he said was he asked to be reconfirmed, and he asked the Senate to reconfirm us, which was a kind, family, gentle, wonderful thing for him to do. It just shows the quality of person he is, and I want you to know that it was a fabulous, kind thing. Now to talk about Senate Bill 2508. I wanted to go up there. I didn't. But I want you to know that I will be there when this bill is voted on. I am going to stay up there for 2 weeks. If that's what it takes to catch this bill when it is voted on, I want all of those senators to look up, because I'm going to be up there, and I hope any of you that are willing to come with me in the sunshine without breaking any laws, I'm going to stand there with any of you who will come, and I will watch that vote. And I will watch. And so let me tell you what I did when this was over yesterday. I sent the Captains for Clean Water, who I've never given a dime, $11,000. And I'm sorry, I know that's not enough. And it's a weird number, but first I sent them $1,000, and then after it was over, I sent them 10 more, because I know those captains and a lot of those people that spoke, like Commodore Friedman. They are mine. These are my people. And I know their families. I know their mothers, their fathers, their children. And I know it hurts them to take a day off and not get paid. And then they come all the way to Tallahassee and they get 45 seconds because it's a real busy day. Well, of course, session is always busy. But these men drove in the middle of the night, took any flight they could get. And I call it the reverse raccoon look, right? These tanned faces and those sunglass blinds. And there they were, one after another, after another, after another. And I was so proud of them and so grateful for what they did. That's not the only not-for-profit that I am going to send a check to. I have never given the Everglades Foundation a check. And this week, they will receive one from my family that will let them know how exceptionally grateful that we are, that they too would come, show up, and participate and understand and work all weekend. I have not yet seen Senate Bill 2508 because my staff was too busy hiking up to Tallahassee to deal with it. I will read it tonight, but I want to read you what Senator Jeff Brandes, is that how you pronounce his last name? He is a Republican from St. Petersburg. Clearly, he's an attorney. I haven't met him. I can't wait to meet you. He said, quote, "It's almost unfathomable." By the way, this is the Miami Herald. "It's almost unfathomable that we would move forward a piece of legislation without talking to the one group that predominantly it affects. He was referring to the Water Management District and the governor's office. Sorry, I got to get a tissue because I'm crying. You know, that's just wrong. It's wrong. A couple of years ago, I found myself in the Great Hall of Justice with Maine Justice, and they called and asked me to participate in the 25th anniversary of the amendment of the key tam statute, the false claims statute. And they asked me to attend because at the time I was the one single largest whatever successful plaintiff in the nation in terms of recovery. So it was a $750 million recovery, and the details don't matter. But Maine Justice, I mean the people who ran Justice back then called and took me to the Great Hall, and I stood where Bobby Kennedy stood, and I was just so excited. And I'm the only non-attorney. That happens to me everywhere I go. And there I sat with these great men, and really, they only invited me there to ask this one question. You said you never did it for the money. And if you didn't do it for the money, then that means that we can cap whistleblowers' compensation at $5 million. Right? And this is what I said. We were there to celebrate. It took 25 years to get the key tam statute working, and in that particular year, we brought back more money to the federal coffers than any time before, billions of dollars. That statute works. And in the middle of the pandemic, if you don't think there's some fraud going on, if you don't think the key tam statute matters, you just wait in 2 years, 3 years, and you just watch. Here's what I said to Maine Justice. This is exactly what the pharmaceutical company that I filed this case against, did. They did exactly what you want to do, to have it working, and it's really working. And I'm a process person, unit processes, right? It's why airplanes stay in the air. It's how nuclear power plants run. It's how we run. You see how complicated it is. Once you get something going like we've got going here, you leave it alone and you let it go. You let it run. It has been 25 years in the making, 43 projects in 3 years. Do not touch it. You don't codify what's already been codified. Do you boil an egg twice? Do you boil an egg, peel it, and then boil it again and think you're going to be able to eat it? No. You don't codify what has been codified. I want to leave you with this. So I'm going to be there. Please come with me. Not only did I give those not-for-profits money, I'm telling you, all I've got is my passion, my ability to financially help the people who cannot help themselves in this fight, like the captains who need money to get there, my vote, my heart, and my willingness to come up here day after day. And if the Senate ever wants to talk to me again, I'll go. I'm taking you, Ben, and Charlotte. I'll go. Here's what I want to read to you. This is from Governor DeSantis' inaugural speech. Our economic potential will be jeopardized if we do not solve the problems afflicting our environment and our water resources. People want to come to Florida because of its natural beauty. Tourism is not only a pillar of our state economy, it helps spread the tax burden to non-Floridians, limiting taxes on our citizens. But this could be jeopardized if we do not solve our pressing environmental problems. As the great philosopher Yogi Berra remarked, if people don't want to come, nobody is going to stop them. For Florida, the quality of our water and environmental surroundings are foundational to our prosperity as a state. It doesn't just drive tourism. It affects property values, anchors many local economies, and it is central to our quality of life. The water is a part and parcel to Florida's DNA. Protecting it is the smart thing to do, and it's also the right thing to do. I will lead the efforts to save our waterways. We will fight toxic blue-green algae. We will fight discharges from Lake Okeechobee. We will fight red tide. We will fight for our fishermen. We will fight for our beaches. We will fight to restore our Everglades, and we will never quit. We won't be cowed, and we won't let the foot draggers stand in our way. We resolve to leave Florida to God better than we found it. One last couple of sentences here. You skip on down to the end. If we meet the challenges that lie before us, if we overcome the tribalism that has dominated our politics, if we set the interests of hardworking taxpayers as our true north, then I have no doubt that the state of Florida will cruise to bright new horizons. I believe that the governor of Florida is the smartest man in every room he walks into, probably, unless he meets with Elon Musk once in a while. He is probably the smartest man in every room he stands in. He's probably the best attorney in every room he stands in. So if there are politicians that want to take this on with him, the fight is between them. We are not policymakers. We sit here and we serve at his pleasure, we serve at their pleasure, and we do our jobs as best we can. We are family. I do not like the way the chairman was spoken to. I think that is unbecoming on their behalf. I do not believe that we are not transparent, and I do not believe that we don't function under high accountability. Tim, well, let me ask you, Drew, are we transparent? Do we need to do an investigation to make the Senate happy on transparency and accountability? I don't think so, because what I've learned in 3 years is that we function under state statute in everything we do, right? We can't even go through procurement the way, and we've had to go through classes, right? And so we now understand procurement. I never thought I'd need that, but I do. And we don't do anything without standard operating procedures. We're accountable to everybody. I mean, absolutely everybody on everything. And so I'm sorry that they say that, but I want you to know that I believe that all to be a false flag and untrue, and don't you believe that. We do what is right. That is what we are called to do, and we will continue to do that. That's all I have to say, except I will be there, I hope, unless God takes me to heaven before. I will be there, and I will watch. And I hope, Governor, that you veto this bill. If they vote it in, please veto this bill. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Meads. I hate to do this, and I hate to diminish what you just said, but I need to go back and just see if you have any abstentions.
No.
Thank you. Mr. Martinez.
Kind of scared to go now. First of all, I want to sincerely apologize for having been late today. It's the first time I think I've been late since I've started my tenure. I blame it on Waze, by the way. I guess they haven't found a way to figure out how to foresee accidents that are going to happen right in front of somebody. So, but anyways, so real quick, I know we've taken a long, and most everything has been said, which I agree with 99.9% of. But obviously, thank you, Chairman Goss, for being the fearless leader that you are of our group and doing and representing us the way that you do. And this is going to really hurt me, but thank you, Scott. You did a great job, by the way. Oof, that was hard. Since I started here on this board, the first thing I did is I have met with every single stakeholder group out there. My door has been open. My office door has been open. I have met with many of them, many of you that might be out there today. I have visited with many of you. And in my 30-year life in private business as a developer, unfortunately, I got to see the ugly side of politics. And I thought, okay, so now you're kind of semi-retired. Wow, you don't have to deal with that anymore. And so as we embarked on our journey here as a board, and I met with all these groups, the one thing I always assured them is said, you're going to have somebody that is going to look at every issue fairly. I don't have any preconceived biases. And I think I have proven that in the 2.5 or 3 years that we have been here, and I think every one of them can attest to that. And many of them have my cell. They call me when things are happening. And so we've had a great relationship. I've had a great relationship with all these stakeholders. But now 2508 comes. And I feel betrayed. I feel like I have been lied to. This is kind of like the story of you're out there playing a game of baseball and this kid, the rich kid, comes up and he says, hey, I want to play. I said, okay, great. Go and play second base. He goes, no. I want to play. I want to pitch. And I said, no, you're not going to pitch right now. I really don't even know how good you are. Just get on second base. He goes, no, either I pitch or I take everybody's balls, everybody's bat, everybody's glove, and there's no game. And so he took everything with him and he thought the game was over. But I'm here to tell you the game is not over. The game is not over. And again, I am very, very disappointed in the way this thing has played out. And I wish it would have been different. But I guess the rules are being rewritten. So we will continue to fight for what's right, like we have been in the years that we have all been together. And we will continue to put the people of Florida first. And the right thing will happen, and I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Martinez. Mr. Butler.
Get a pass?
You can.
No. To begin with, this is, I appreciate everybody's comments here. I like sausage. I don't like to see it being made. We've heard the analogy of politics to sausage making. Yeah. Mr. Chairman, thank you for going to Tallahassee. It's not easy to stand up there. We've all been up there in front of the Senate at one time or another, and it's never easy. I enjoyed our time in Tallahassee a couple of weeks ago. Glad it was before this week. And congratulations on your confirmation, ladies. Hey, I finally got confirmed for the first time. So I didn't get confirmed last time. I missed it by a couple of days. It's great working with y'all. We're all rowing together. Scott, thanks for your analogies. Thanks for your analysis. Staff, thanks for the analysis. I still haven't read 2508 yet. It came out over the weekend. I got work to do. I tagged cows Monday. I played catch-up Tuesday. I sat in the office and watched Chauncey Wednesday. And then I stayed in the office till about 9 o'clock last night. I got a whole list. We haven't seen each other in 2 months. We haven't been to Palm Beach in 3 months. I got a whole list of other poor comments that I want to say today. And I worked about 2 hours last night just kind of going through and writing down everything else I wanted to say. Obviously, I'm not going to get that in today. Later. We'll get it in later. You know, I haven't read 2508 yet. I believe, you know, I'm very conflicted. My senator sponsored 2508. I believe the district. I believe Scott's analysis. I believe Chauncey's analysis. I believe everybody's analysis is around this dais that has read it. I believe Drew's analysis. I don't know what to think. You know, it's disappointing. We're working on LOSUM. God, it's been a 3-year process. I mean, frankly, it's before us. And I thought we were, you know, we're getting there. I mean, that's, you know, I think we were all rowing together. I hope this doesn't set us back. Again, it's sausage making. I don't want to belittle it. I don't want to belittle the issue. Somebody said it. They're naive. I'm very naive. In the end, I believe everything's going to work out, and it's going to work out the way it needs to work out. Fingers crossed, Charlie. Both. You know, I'm going to leave it at that.
Fair enough. Thank you very much, Mr. Butler. Appreciate your comments. I appreciate everyone's comments. Mr. Vice Chair.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'd just like to make a very brief comment before we close. Everybody has commented on the way that this particular bill made its course and how it raised some red flags and concerns. But I don't think we've closed the loop on the effect. And I just wanted to comment on some of the conclusions that I thought were the effect of the language in the bill. That bill would require us and hamstring us to manage water in an equitable manner, in a balanced manner for all stakeholders, including agriculture, and would require us in almost all circumstances to retain more water in the lake during the dry season than is probably equitably desired. And the result of that is twofold. Number one, it will starve the Everglades of much needed water during the dry season, but it will also create a higher lake stage as we reach the wet season, which will mean the water in the lake will go higher and we will be more predisposed to algal blooms and toxic algae discharges down the estuaries. And so there's two, I think, massive effects of artificially tying our hands with respect to how we recommend and manage water and lake schedules. That's number one. But number two, I think this is a point that has not been raised yet. It diminishes the credibility of our recommendations to the Army Corps of Engineers. I look at the Army Corps as a partner. I look at the Army Corps as a trusted partner. And when you're in a partnership with somebody, I think you expect your partner to be candid, honest, and truthful. And I think you expect them to be candid, honest, and truthful. The way that this statute is written, it forces us, it is compelled speech on recommendations that we give to the Corps. It's being forced under threat of money to give specific recommendations to the Corps, even if they're not the best recommendations. And the Corps will now know that. And so when they get our recommendations, instead of working with a trusted, honest, and candid partner, they're going to roll their eyes, take the fake recommendation, and throw it in the trash can. The partnership credibility is diminished when the district is forced to give recommendations under threat of death, monetary death, to the Corps. And I think it's an important point that has not been brought out. We should be able to give our best recommendations to the Corps, period. Taking all stakeholders into consideration. When you ask for a recommendation to a restaurant and the person giving the recommendation is forced to take into consideration that they must like pasta and they must like pizza and they must like chicken parmesan, guess what? When somebody gets a recommendation for Italian, they just roll their eyes because they know that you're forced to give it. And that's exactly what's happening, and it's exactly the effect of this statute. It's bad enough that it's going to create the toxic discharges. It will. It's bad enough that it's going to starve the Everglades of water during the dry season. It will. But it's also going to ruin the credibility of our recommendations with our partner, the Army Corps. And to me, when you're in a partnership, there's nothing more important than honesty, candor, and trust. And so I just want to make that point as we close here.
Yeah, thanks very much. I think that's an excellent point. I hadn't really thought of that. But you're right. And that's why this LOSUM process has been
Mr.
open
Chairman, can I
and
have
transparent.
just 30 seconds?
You
I
may.
know we're got a long schedule here, but I think our stakeholders need to really understand exactly. And you know, this is a full-time job, sitting here. And our stakeholders going to Tallahassee to try to talk to our legislators about issues that affect them here. And they don't even have the knowledge or the background and the understanding and all of the technical advice that we get from our staff, you know, on issues that you might as well tell someone to fly a rocket ship to the moon. I think our stakeholders trust us, and we have to be looking at water supply, our environment, all the environmental groups, all the conservation groups. We've got to have consideration for agriculture. But they can't be doing things in the dark of the night, agriculture, not wanting to be a part of the balance, wanting water that may be detrimental to the environment or detrimental to our discharges going to our estuaries and detrimental to 9 million people that live here. We're all in this thing together. And I think this board has really tried to balance this. And the day one stakeholder steps out wanting to not be a part of the balance that affects 9 million people in South Florida, shame on them. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. We're going to move on. Actually, we're going to move backwards, I think. And we're going to go to public comment now, which is item number 9. And I appreciate everyone being so patient because that was going to be before board comment, but I wanted to allow the board to have a chance to review what we did the last couple of days. So we're going to move into our first public comment period. If you're here to comment on a specific agenda item, the board and I kindly ask that you hold your comment until we reach that item on our agenda, if you're able to. The comment period is for general comments not related to agenda items. Public comment for consent agenda items is 12 on the agenda, and public comment for discussion items are heard after each presentation. The public had an opportunity to provide written comments prior to this meeting. We did not receive any, and we'll now go to general public comment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We're going to start with Newton Cook, followed by Nyla Pipes, and then Ryan Rossi.
That was a pretty straight line. My vertigo is still around. This is not my first rodeo, and I've heard boards have to go through this before. It's not easy, and I appreciate what you guys are facing with this situation. But I have something positive, something that brings some joy to your heart, as they say, and we probably need some today. We just held 2 Wounded Warrior hunts on SDA 1 West. And thanks to the contractor, we were able to hold them on sales that were just loaded with ducks and had not been hunted. And again, thanks to the contractor, the youth hunt, which is being held this Saturday, will also have those extra parking places available, which are very important in spreading people out. But I got a letter from the Outdoor Operation Freedom. On behalf of Operation Outdoor Freedom, I would like to express our sincere gratitude and appreciation for the role you and your organization played, and the South Florida Water Management District, I might add, in making this year's joint United Waterfowlers of Florida Operation of Outdoors Freedom duck hunt possible. The vets lucky enough to participate have been voicing their praise and appreciation. Several indicated that this was the hunt of a lifetime. Another former soldier, these are wounded warriors incidentally, more than former soldiers, relayed that his hunt was beyond his wildest expectations. One of our primary goals is to reach out to our wounded warriors to assist them in their readjustment to civilian life after their time in service. We strive to search and find the kinds of experiences that bring home to vets what that service is appreciated and their sacrifices will not be forgotten. Your annual duck hunts provide our wounded warriors with that experience. These hunts allow them to lower their defense mechanisms, swap a few war stories, and relive the camaraderie they left behind when they left the uniform. Once again, they were joking, talking trash about their shooting skills, and sharing a few laughs with their fellow soldiers, Marines, airmen, and sailors. That and the lessons taken from the seasoned duck hunters guides, the thrill of watching the sunrise over that beautiful marsh, SDA. A former Marine summed it up when he said, "What a great experience. I don't know how to describe it other than to say, these people get it." That simple observation says it all. Many of us who have never worn a uniform, do not understand the sacrifices these people made. And we count you among the team who've gone above and beyond, and we appreciate it that you had made it possible for us. One more sentence. A mere thank you doesn't seem enough with all that you've given us, but it's all I have to give. However, I can assure you it is as sincere and heartfelt a thank you as I have ever expressed. And that's from David Hunt. Thank you very much.
Mr. Cook, thank you very much.
Y'all look scared. I'm not going to say anything bad, I promise. Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. I am going to talk about respect because it's been talked about a lot today. And I'm going to give you some background on where I started many, many years ago, working in Tallahassee and working before not only this board, but the board before that and the board before that. Been through several executive directors. Worked with Drew when he was at DEP. So, I have seen some of this before. It's one thing to just be the public addressing the legislature. It's another to be an NGO. And we'll just kind of leave it at that. There is a higher bar expected of those of us who advocate on a regular basis. So, I can understand the frustration of people who have worked hard on something in Tallahassee over the weekend and through the midnight hours, and if you've been to Tallahassee, you know that's true, only to be met with a stream of people who have not read a bill, who are objecting to it. What I saw yesterday were a lot of really good people who care an awful lot, who frankly didn't read the bill. And I'm going to tell you right now, I have combed through this as somebody who worked really hard on Senate Bill 10. The biggest problem I have with a lot of what was being said is this concept that EAA funding for the reservoir is being threatened by this. Senate Bill 10 always provided for funding for the rest of IRL South, the C-43, Lake Okeechobee Watershed Restoration Project. It prioritized the EAA reservoir. I see absolutely nothing in Senate Bill 2508 that changes that. You have to cross-reference. You do have to go into that bill, and into that prior statute, and look at what was and look at what this does. Now, regarding respect for y'all, I can understand where you feel blindsided. I can understand where the timeline freaked everybody out. But I will say this. I heard a slew of senators yesterday say, tell us what's wrong. We will work with you. I think today might be a reaction, and I think that we get more flies with honey than we do vinegar. So I look forward to everybody working together to figure this out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Our next public commenter is Ryan Rossi, followed by Bradley Watson, and then Jake Foytik.
Good morning, and thank you for the ability to make comment, and thank you for your comments that preceded public comment. I just want to express that this is obviously a very critical time for the future of Florida's water. We're having a lot of vigorous debate on many issues. There's a lot that I particularly remain concerned about. Water supply is something that you've heard me bring up quite a lot. I've been doing this for 4 years. Not as long as some of the ones that received the awards in the beginning of this meeting. We'll see where I end up. But the reality is, in terms of supply, in terms of what one of the things that the bill says, in not diminishing the quality of water to legal users, we cannot forget that we have, let's just call it, just about 7 million South Florida residents. These are legal users. That's who I'm concerned about. And, as we move forward, I don't think that we can't afford to take our eye off the ball when we do have so many things that are impacting our communities. More people are moving in, development isn't stopping, our environment is changing, climate is changing. These are things that have to be considered with water supply here in South Florida. I know that you realize that, but, when the bill specifies that there will not be any diminished quality of legal users, I know that's something that I support, in and of itself. One other thing I'll say, part of the concern with LOSM for me, and I've said this many times before, is who's managing water once a shortage has started. And I've sat in meetings where there have been some board members that have expressed concern over that. So I hope that as LOSM continues to finalize, I feel like we've been saying that for such a long time, but I think we're getting there, that we leave water management in a time of, before a shortage starts, I should say, with those who know our water best. I do think that's our water management district. I know it's our local utilities. So I hope that you and the Corps are able to work together on that as well. Thank you very much.
Chairman Goss and governing board members, I'm Bradley Watson with the Everglades Foundation. I'm here today to reiterate the foundation's support for the LOSM process and also to support the Army Corps of Engineers and the South Florida Water Management District, who are water management experts, to ensure that they have the flexibility to provide equitable balance amongst the estuaries, as well as the ability to send water south to the Everglades and Florida Bay as well. Especially during the dry season. As our CEO, Eric Eichenberg, said yesterday in committee, we oppose any bill that will limit water managers' flexibility to deliver benefits to the largest number of Floridians. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jake Foytik is our next public commenter, followed by Captain Chris Whitman, and then Eve Samples.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. It's Jake Foytik with the Florida Farm Bureau Federation. I want to start by saying that the Florida Farm Bureau Federation has policy supporting SERP and all its included projects. It has since its inception. Florida Farm Bureau Federation also supports adequate water supply for all legal and permitted users. Needed to reiterate that, as myself and others have in the past. Excuse me. Regarding Senate Bill 2508, we as a federation, as others, a lot of others are still combing through this bill, but it is our understanding that it is a reaffirmation of the Savings Clause. Thank you, Ms. Thurlow-Lipich, for recognizing the importance and necessity for agriculture. We appreciate that. Everybody should be doing that when they step into Publix. With population growth and supply chain issues that we're currently facing, it's more important than ever to support Florida agriculture. Farmers in Florida are feeding more people with less land and are doing more for the environment than they have ever before. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Captain Chris Whitman.
Good morning, Chairman Goss and governing board members. My name is Captain Chris Whitman. I know many of you well. I just want to take a minute this morning. I was with all those folks that traveled to Tallahassee throughout the night Tuesday evening to be there Wednesday on very short notice. And I wanted to kind of update you on some of the reactions that I saw from them and kind of where their head is. And I am actually live here on our social media, so that a lot of them are watching here as well. But what they witnessed was, in the moment, it was intimidating. It was scary for them. They felt like they were belittled. They felt like they were berated. They felt like they were made to look like they were there coming from an uninformed position. And there were comments made saying, can you tell me what this line means in this section, or what line in this do you have a problem with? Well, it wasn't the fact that they had a problem with a specific line. They had a problem with the bill. They had a problem with the impacts that bill would have on everything they've been fighting for. And they had a problem in the manner and timing in which the bill was filed. And they were not there from an uninformed position. And I find it kind of ironic that people, especially legislators, would criticize folks for depending on people who do understand legal language, who do understand bill language, and were able to put together an outline of what the impacts those bills would have, or that bill would have, and they would form their own opinion and position based off of that. Because that is something that legislators do every day. They do not read every single line of every single bill that they vote on. They rely on their staff, they rely on the experts in their team to read through all of that, give them the cliff notes, give them the outline, and then they make an educated decision based off of that. And that is exactly what those men and women who showed up there yesterday did, and they were criticized for it. They were also appalled by the manner in which Chauncey Goss, the representative of this board, was dressed down in public and attempted to take and force him to make a position without having first met with his staff and his board. And I can tell you this, those guys, those captains, they're back on their boats today. But as we stand here, my phone's blowing up. They're not fishing. They're gathered around their phones with their clients, and they're watching this. And they are empowered. They're grateful for you. They're grateful because the things that you have said and the concerns that you have brought up have reiterated the exact concerns that they brought up in Tallahassee. And I know there's many folks in Tallahassee watching this today. And I can tell you this, those guys, they don't quit. They don't quit until they're done, and they are not done, and this is not over. Thank you.
Thank you. Samples, you're recognized to speak.
Good morning. Eve Samples, Executive Director at Friends of the Everglades. We were founded in 1969 by Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. So there's a line that's sometimes misattributed to Mark Twain that was actually stated by Gideon John Tucker. He was a newspaper editor and lawyer. And he said, "No man's life, liberty, or property are safe when the legislature is in session." And on Friday afternoon, when we learned about this bill at Friends of the Everglades, we certainly felt like that was true. And I might add no man's or woman's water to the mix. And of course, water goes hand in hand with life, liberty, and property. So our small staff, we have a full-time staff of 4 at Friends of the Everglades, scrambled to figure out what this bill was about. We called attorneys who might understand better than us how to cross-reference different lines of the bill, and we concluded that this was a very dangerous bill, and we had serious concerns about the policy implementations and that this was masquerading as a budget-conforming bill with very limited opportunity for public input. So Gil Smart, our policy director, hopped in a car, drove from Jensen Beach up to Tallahassee, long trek. A lot of other people were on the road making a similar trek. And he articulated 3 concerns we have about the bill. They've been stated today, most of them, not all of them. Number 1, this totally undercuts the integrity of the LOSUM process. It falsely tries to apply the savings clause, which was designed to apply to comprehensive Everglades restoration projects, SERP projects, federal projects, not lake operation manuals, present or future. And let's just remember here, the vast majority of water from Lake Okeechobee goes to EAA farmers, mostly sugarcane farmers. Let's just be clear here. Let's keep public utilities whole. Don't let anyone's faucets run dry. This is mainly about EAA farmers and their water control. Water is power in Florida. Number 2 concern we have, this bill addresses 404 permitting. This is dredge and fill wetland permitting. It would transfer authority to some public entities, including utilities, for expedited permitting. I won't even get into that. We don't have time. It's another major concern. And also, as has been addressed today, it convolutes Everglades restoration funding. It adds the Lake Okeechobee watershed restoration project to the mix, scientifically questionable ASR wells. So make no mistake, Senate Bill 2508 is not about accountability. This is a power play for water in the state of Florida. I'm very grateful to hear all of you speaking so openly about it today. Please keep talking about it so we can defeat this bill. I believe we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Samples. Switching to the virtual world now, we're going to start with Congressman Brian Mast.
All right, do you all have me?
We hear you, Congressman.
Yeah, thank you for having me, and I thank everybody for the comments today. Everglades, thank you for the comments. Those that went to Tallahassee, to speak the truth, really on a moment's notice. Why did members of the South Florida Water Management District go to Tallahassee on a moment's notice? Captains from across the state that's, make their livelihood on the water. Why did they go to Tallahassee on a moment's notice? Because we're seeing play out right in front of us the limitless lengths to which the state will go out there and choose the winners and the losers as it relates to what's happening with the management of water in Lake Okeechobee. And there are winners and there are losers. And in order to create some winners, you have to literally make other losers. Let's be clear what those are, right? This Senate Bill 2508 goes out there and tries to work around the fairness that was attempted by the Corps of Engineers. I didn't agree with everything that the Corps of Engineers put into LOSUM. I didn't get everything that I wanted out of it. But they made a multi-year effort to try and reach a level of fairness between all those that need water, use water, or are affected by the flow of water. And what does this bill do? It tries to work around all of that and go back to not sending water to the Everglades, keeping Lake Okeechobee at a higher level for what they call, quote, legal water users, and then revert back to the policies of no matter what, if there's too much water in the lake, we can always just dump it out the east and west coast. I think the most important, my opinion, the most important legal water users in the state of Florida are everybody that have the legal right to go out there and be on the water, to have a home on the water, to have a restaurant on the water. They stand just as importantly as those that get to use the water for irrigation. They're no less legal, though statute doesn't recognize them in the same way. And this is a slap in the face to every person, every family that goes out there to go fishing, to go boating, that has a home on the water, a business on the water, doesn't want to breathe in toxic algal blooms. This is a slap in the face to every one of them, this workaround, the winners and the losers. The winners are, let's keep Lake Okeechobee higher, and it doesn't matter who else gets hurt. That has been the policy in the past, and that's what this is about. Well, let's make another point here. President Joe Biden announced no funding for the EAA reservoir and a delay for the EAA reservoir by more than a year. That's President Biden's policy. Governor DeSantis' policy is, and he even made an announcement about it this morning, right? Try to get the EAA funded by everything that we can do, get it done, protect Florida's estuaries. And what does this bill do? This bill, 2508, redirects funding from the EAA reservoir to other projects. So it's actually doing the exact opposite of what Governor DeSantis is trying to do. And it's trying to do exactly what President Biden is in the process of doing right now. My question to the Florida legislature right now is, are you trying to work with President Joe Biden on his policies? Or are you trying to work with Governor DeSantis on his policies of fund the EAA reservoir, get it done? Because I think it's very clearly obvious what's going on here. You're choosing the Joe Biden track of policies, not the Ron DeSantis track of policies as it relates to water management, as it relates to the EAA reservoir. That's a real problem, in my opinion, for the Florida legislature. I mean, I thought that these were people that supported Governor DeSantis, but clearly not if you are supporting this legislature. So again, just to be clear on one other thing, when you're picking these winners and losers, the South Florida Water Management District, the federal government, the state of Florida, working to build billions of dollars of infrastructure. Guess what? If you build billions of dollars of infrastructure to move water south, convey water south out of Lake Okeechobee, that is going to affect the quote legal water users as it relates to those that are legal water users in statute. That's going to affect your water supply. This legislation says can't do anything to adversely affect legal water users. So why are we building one lick of infrastructure to move water if you can't change the management to move that water? If the rules say you can't move that water, why are we building all of the infrastructure? It makes no sense. Why are we wasting the money of people across this country and across the state of Florida? That makes absolutely no sense. Thank you again, Florida legislature, if this is what you move forward with, for wasting the dollars of millions of Floridians and millions of Americans. Because if this is the policy that you can't affect legal water users adversely whatsoever, then why build infrastructure to move water away from Lake Okeechobee, which by its very nature affects the legal water users? Those are winners and losers, right? Guess what? If you have policy that works to keep water out of the estuaries and not destroy the Caloosahatchee and the St. Lucie and all of the waterways surrounding them, guess what? You're going to affect the, quote, legal water users. Sorry if that hurts their feelings. Sorry if it hurts their bottom line in some kind of way. Sorry if it hurts the billions of gallons of water that they have in reserve. But guess what? There are other legal water users out there, all of the other millions of Floridians, even though they're not listed in statute. And it is our job to look after them as well and their right to go out there and have a clean environment, a clean waterway, have waterways not affected by terrible management of Lake Okeechobee, which is what this 2508 is trying to go back and revert to. It is, this bill is, again, just a ridiculous slap in the face to the Everglades, to revert back to policies that would keep them dried out, to the estuaries, to the coasts, and to anybody out there basically that doesn't have a sugarcane farm, it's a slap in their face. And in that, I thank the Water Management District members for going to Tallahassee to speak about this, the executive director, the board members, and everybody else that went to Tallahassee to speak about this or has been giving comments. It is that important, and just absolutely sickening that over something this important that was worked so hard to reach a level of fairness, that the state legislature would try to work against this and then try to sell to everybody that went to Tallahassee that really it was really doing a favor for everybody else. Nothing nefarious to see here at all. Don't look at this. There's really nothing bad going on. What you must really think, if you said that to people that went to Tallahassee, you must really think that they're idiots. But they're not. They can read the legislation and they can read between the lines. Florida has gotten very smart on this issue, and the legislature better get smart on this quick, or you will not be in office. I will certainly do everything I can to see to it. I yield the time back to the Water Management District. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman.
Thank you, Congressman. Next, we have Mike Connor, followed by Kelly Cox, and then Paul Julian.
Yes, good morning. Mike Connor, Executive Director, Indian River Keeper. I was not able to go to Tallahassee yesterday, and believe me, it killed me not to be there. I'm caretaking for two very ill parents. At this time, I watched the whole hearing. Previous to watching the hearing, I read the bill. I got the bill about 24 hours before the hearing and just worked my way through it during the evening. In short, I found the hearing to be reprehensible. I don't mince words. I would, in fact, call it a sham. To cross-examine good citizens, blue-collar folks who take part in public process is unacceptable. And I emailed two senators who took part in that to voice my disapproval, and I doubt I'll get a response, though I was very respectful in my emails. I was among the hundreds of South Floridians who packed the room back in the day for Senate Bill 10 hearing, so I'm very angry to see any attempt by anyone who dares dismantle or to fund that vital project. And now to hijack the LOSUM progress is just unacceptable as well. Chairman Goss, thank you for your representation of the district and millions of us. You were in the line of fire and you took it with grace. I appreciate that very much. Director Bartlett, I want to thank you for your accessibility and clarity at all times. Thanks so much for that. And Vice Chair Wagner, you absolutely hit the nail on the head with your excellent analysis this morning. Thank you very much. And I recorded that, and I'm going to go over that again and share that with good friends and close people I trust. And trust me, I'm an old warhorse in this fight for the Everglades. I took part in my first meeting as a high school senior about the jetport back in the 70s. So I can tell you this, Indian River Keeper will be in your foxhole to do whatever we can to kill this bill. Thanks so much for your hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Connor. Kelly Cox, you're recognized to speak, followed by Paul Julian and then Mark Perry.
Cox here, Director of Everglades Policy with Audubon, Florida. I also would like to comment on the conforming bill. First and foremost, I really want to thank this board and Chairman Goss for your leadership on this matter and for the board's really thoughtful comments today. Suffice it to say, the teamwork and unified messaging on this bill from the district and the Everglades community should be applauded. Unfortunately, with the bill's passage yesterday, the work must continue. Audubon has several concerns with elements of this bill, not the least of which is the language that would delay Everglades restoration. The Army Corps, in cooperation with this district, undertook a detailed, transparent, and publicly inclusive process to develop LOSUM. This has been years in the making and was subject to stringent review by stakeholder groups, the scientific community, and cooperating agencies. We collectively arrived at a plan, and while not perfect, it will provide relief to the coastal estuaries and will send more water south. And I want to make a salient point here. LOSUM was built on a guarantee that legal users will continue to receive their historical benefits. That is, a no harm to agriculture principle was used as a baseline upon which the rest of LOSUM modeling was built. This is a generous concept given the absence of data demonstrating any impacts to crop yields during restricted water years. So that is to say that the language in 2508 would not only require resolved elements of LOSUM to be repeated, but it would also further delay our lake schedule implementation and the much needed relief that it promises to the Everglades. LOSUM should be allowed to move forward as planned, and we support the district's call for the same. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Ms. Cox. Next, we have Paul Julian, followed by Mark Perry, and then Lisa Interlandi.
Can I get a sound check? You guys can hear me?
We hear you, Mr. Julian.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Chairman Goss, governing board members, district leadership, staff, and stakeholders in the room and on the line. We appreciate the opportunity to provide comments and perspective in this forum. These comments obviously are centered around the advancement of the recent bill put forth in the legislature yesterday. And I want to thank Director Bartlett for providing a synopsis of that bill and really starting this discussion and including us stakeholders. Also, I want to thank Mr. Wagner for some additional context on this bill. Helps us understand it a lot clearer. Ultimately, we support the district to have the flexibility in LOSUM necessary to ensure that we have an equitable balance between the estuaries and ability to send water south. We've worked over the last couple of months last couple of years, as many of us have said, using a science-based approach to achieve some level of balance in how water is managed for Lake Okeechobee, the northern estuaries, and the Everglades. This bill has the potential to upend pretty much that work done under LOSUM, tossing the science and modeling into the bin and replacing it with a process driven by politics. The modeling conducted for LOSUM has some level of uncertainty. That's just the nature of models, right? But given the changes in climate that we've observed currently and the projected changes, we will probably experience a lot more uncertainty for our coastal communities and ecosystems, which is something that we adapt to as we move on. Some of the required changes in this bill will pretty much chip away at any of the potential water supply benefits that we have in LOSUM, such as reductions in cutback volumes, water supply shortage severity, non-drought cutbacks that we all gained through the LOSUM process and the way we manage the water. This bill will dilute the funding needed to expedite the EA reservoir, an essential project for Everglades restoration. There should be no confusion that this bill is a direct effort to slow down and undermine funding for the EA reservoir. Ultimately, the SCCF and the Conservancy fully supports the district's position on SB 2508 and the flexibility needed to accomplish your mission. My hope is that we move forward and not threaten the progress we've made in restoration and water management. And I want to kind of leave this with a comment from one of my favorite books, Braiding Sweetgrass, where transformation is not accomplished by tentatively waiting at the edge. And all of us are definitely wading into the deep water to kind of address these issues that have come up. And I really want to thank everybody for their comments and efforts in addressing this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Julian. Mark Perry, you're recognized to speak, followed by Lisa Interlandi.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Governing Board, for kind of bringing this up as kind of an item that's really important. I do appreciate Chairman Goss and everybody who went up to testify in front of this committee yesterday. It was really hard to watch a lot of times the way they reacted to people that put in a lot of time and effort to come up there and kind of express why they had opposition to this bill. And it was just very, almost disgusting to watch their reaction as legislators. What this reminds me of is kind of how the legislature slips things in appropriations language, particularly, because that's the appropriation bills have to be passed, and this is every session, and this is the way they do their kind of business. Reminds me of back in 2020 when they did House Bill 5003 and restricted the district from moving forward with 40E61 in their rule. But these amendments that they proposed to 8 different laws in 2508, it's just incredible. What we should all object to is any of the strike through or underlying situations within these proposed bill. They're amending these laws to provide provisions that have been well outlined by Drew Bartlett, and I appreciate that outline that really summarizes that. Of course, they're going to protect legal users, and of course, they're going to protect flood control and water supply issues throughout this whole process. And we've been working. The district is working in partnership with Corps of Engineers on LOSUM, and it's just appalling that the legislature can step right in and do this with a one-handed situation. I think what we all ought to do is raise an air to get up there and have them redirect this vote against this bill for February 17th if it comes to the floor. So again, encouraged to read the governor's policy statement that he just put out. It really summarizes basically our opposition to this as well. I know there's a lot on the agenda. I appreciate the district convening on this and talking this through. And we just all need to be diligent and really watch over the state legislature as they try to take control over the water management district and other water operations that are critical to this state. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Lisa Interlandi, you're recognized to speak.
Landy. I'm the Executive Director of the Everglades Law Center. I just want to thank each of you on the governing board for your comments today and for everything that you are doing to allow us to continue moving Everglades restoration forward at the pace that it is and to keep that going on. Drew, I very much appreciate your candid analysis of the impacts of the bill. Chairman Goss going up to Tallahassee and taking the heat, and Vice Chair Wagner, I agree completely with your legal analysis. I agree with the disbelief expressed by Mr. Steinle that these types of things are still happening, particularly because both agricultural and municipal water supplies are going to see a significant improvement under existing conditions under LOSUM. And a report by Audubon, Florida in the last year or so showed that under the existing schedule and under past schedules, there was really no reduction in crop yield regardless for agriculture, regardless of drought conditions. So it really feels like this is far beyond the pale. But people always ask me, how do special interests impede Everglades restoration? You know, because they don't see it. They say that they support Everglades restoration, but then this is what is happening behind closed doors, and that is why it is so frustrating. And, you know, I'm sorry that this happened, but now the curtain is open and we can all see what has been going on. This is why progress has been so slow for all of these decades, because it is continually being undermined in efforts such as this by special interests. This time, I don't think it's going to work because we have never had a governing board or an administration that has been so willing to speak the truth about what is happening. So I want to thank you all and commend you for the work that you're doing. I urge you to continue on the behalf of all of South Floridians who need these projects to be able to move forward unimpeded, need water to be able to continue to flow to the Everglades, and need Lake Okeechobee to not be so high that it is resulting in dangerous discharges to the coast. So thank you all so much. Let us know what we can do to help. We are all standing behind you. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Interlandi. Mr. Chairman, I do not have any additional raised hands.
Well, thank you very much, Rosie, and thank you all for your comments. Let's see what's next. We've got consent agenda. Is there a discussion on that?
I'll move to approve consent.
Okay.
I'll second it.
I have a motion and a second for consent. And is there anyone wants to make public comment on a consent agenda?
There is, Mr. Chairman. Newton Cook, you're recognized to speak.
Thank you again, Newton Cook, United Waterfowlers. I'll be quick, close to lunchtime. I just want to make a positive comment about item number 17, and I've been Slough project area in Okeechobee. Jerry Krentz, God bless him, retired. He's probably glad. Yeah. I think it was probably 10 years ago when he and I went out there. They were still digging a hole in the ground. And we looked at this spot. And it's like the Lakeside STA. It's going to be all cattails. I mean, it's just a sad story because the water is really dirty that comes into it. Probably some of the dirtiest water going into the lake. So I don't think there's going to be a lot of duck hunting up there, but I do notice hunting is not listed as a recreation. And we probably would need some alligator there because like Lakeside is just loaded with them, and that needs to be addressed. And there's been a dream about Nubbin Slough, and that is to get a dove field there. It is an incredible location for a dove field. It also has a great side there that's not SDA. It's all dry ground, land, mostly field already. All it needs is a little bit of tender loving care by the FWC, who do the dove fields at Dupree and at Alapala. So I hope that the people who are involved in this will look at and put that in as a positive, perhaps the gator hunting and perhaps the dove field for sure. Gator hunting is cheap. You just do that and put out permits. Dove field is a little more money, but again, it's permitted, and you limit the number of people for obvious safety reasons or whatever. And the number of days are like once a week during the season. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook.
Thanks, Mr. Cook. I have a motion and a second. Are there any discussion by governing board members? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and call that question. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
I'll vote yes. Mr. Olovich? Thank you. Mr. Steinley?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Thanks. That passes unanimously. It's 12:30, and I'd like to ask Ms. Ansay to address us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At this time, I request advice from the governing board concerning a litigation matter. The advice I am requesting will assist in possible settlement negotiations or in developing strategy related to litigation expenditures or both. I request advice concerning the litigation in the Blue Goose case, which is agenda item number 31 today. The session will be recorded by a court reporter. No portion of the session will be off the record, and at the conclusion of the litigation, the transcript of the session will be made part of the district's public record. And again, as Mr. Bergeron stated earlier, he will not be attending the attorney-client session, as he mentioned in his abstention. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ansay. The governing board session shall now adjourn to the attorney-client session. The subject matter of the session shall be confined to settlement negotiations or strategy related to litigation expenditures in this case. The persons attending the attorney-client session are governing board members Mr. Goss, Mr. Wagner, Mr. Butler, Mr. Martinez, Ms. Meads, Mr. Steinley, Mr. Olipich, and Ms. Roman. Executive Director Drew Bartlett, General Counsel Carolyn Ansay, District Attorneys Judith Levine and Robert Glass, Outside Counsel Brian Kerwin and Joseph Darr with Kerwin Norris, PA, and the court reporter. The session is expected to last approximately 90 minutes. Thanks. We're adjourned. Good afternoon. The attorney-client session has concluded. The governing board meeting is now resumed. In the session, we discussed settlement negotiations and our strategy related to litigation expenditures. Based upon discussion during the attorney-client session, the governing board will consider action, if any, for Agenda 31, the Blue Goose case. Before voting, hold it. Is it your turn now? Okay. We're going to public comment first? No. Ms. Ansay, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, governing board members. For your consideration this afternoon, we have a settlement in the Blue Goose construction case versus the South Florida Water Management District. The slide that you see before you outlines the key terms of that settlement. That proposed settlement includes a payment of $13.4 million to Blue Goose, Mutual releases to be executed by the parties. Termination for default will be changed to a termination for convenience. Blue Goose will not be on the district's suspension list or be debarred. Blue Goose will not bid as a prime contractor in a competitive steel bid for 10 years. I'm asking that you consider the proposed settlement, and if the board is inclined to further the settlement, you would authorize staff to finalize all settlement documents and authorize the chairman to execute those settlement documents. Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back to you.
Thanks. Do public comments now?
I do not have any public comment, Mr.
Thanks.
Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
I need a motion.
I move to accept the settlement agreement and authorize staff and authorize chairman to execute.
Second. I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion by the board? If not, I'm going to go ahead and take that vote. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Colonel Roman? Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Jackie?
Yes.
Mr. Steinley?
Yes.
Thank you. That passes unanimously. Thank you very much,
Thank
Ms. Sensei. All right. If someone could tell him.
Do we bring Mr. Berger on?
We're going to go to water conditions report. Mr. Mitnick.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Given that we're already deep into the afternoon, we still got another couple agenda items left. Both Lawrence and I are going to give an abbreviated reports today. Obviously, everybody has all of the slides, as well as the public have it on the website. If you have any questions following the meeting, please feel free to contact me, and I'll be able to answer anything you may have. So just going to run through this relatively quickly here. So just real quick, rainfall-wise, the last 2 months, you can see we've been in a deficit. So overall, for the dry season to date, we're about a little over an inch deficit district-wide, roughly 87% of average. The basin with the largest deficit is right here over conservation areas 1 and 2, and the basins with the highest surplus actually fell on the lower East Coast down here in Miami-Dade County. Looking at the upper chain of lakes, as you would expect during the dry season, they're coming down and going through their natural recessions this time of year. One thing I will point out here for Lake Kissimmee, we are currently working with the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission as well as the Corps of Engineers as to be able to continue that recession in Lake Kissimmee, although it's still well below its schedule, be able to continue that recession down a little bit longer. So as to provide some ecological enhancement to Lake Kissimmee itself. Jumping forward to Lake Okeechobee, you can see this is the projection of what lake levels are reasonably to expect over the next coming weeks and months. Typically, we focus in on this purple shaded area, which represents roughly the 50% chance as we move forward in time. One thing I'll point out for you to be aware of, for the past several weeks, the Water Management District has been recommending to the Corps of Engineers to continue West Coast releases to the tune of 2,000 CFS. We're doing that again this week. And what we're looking for, typically, if you look back in time over the last several years, in the month of February, lake levels sort of tend to slow in their recession. They sort of level out, and in some years have actually increased during the month. But then towards the end of February, getting into March, that recession will start accelerating. So that's kind of that signal of that natural recession is what we're looking for. And once that natural recession starts picking up, then we'll revisit and reevaluate that 2,000 CFS and whether or not it needs to be reduced as we move forward in time, given all the other competing interests within Lake Okeechobee and its operations. So I'll jump ahead. The southern portion of the system, Area 1's above schedule. The Corps just this week made some operational changes to start moving some water out of Area 1 down into Area 2. You can see Area 2, although it's above schedule, it's got a nice recession going on. We're moving water back up out of Area 2 right in this neighborhood around the S7 pump station and trying to promote that water further to the west to get it over here in the northwest corner of Conservation Area 3A. which then helps water levels within 3A. You can see they're below schedule. They're continuing to recede. Tamiami Trail flow formula this week is calling for about 1,100 CFS coming out of the conservation area, going underneath Tamiami Trail and into northeast Shark River Slough and Everglades National Park. A couple other things just to point out for the board's edification are the operations along the South Dade conveyance system here. We've got some work that needs to get completed in some of the detention cells down in the South Dade area. The 332D detention cell, we're going to be doing some scrape down work, so we'll have to take that pump station offline, and we'll initiate other operations to still continue to provide water through 332B and C while that work is going on. But once that work is completed, then we'll resume operations down at 332D and putting water into that detention cell and trying to promote it over towards Taylor Slough. So real quick, just looking at the region, Lake Okeechobee's had about 1.3 million acre feet of inflows into the lake. For the Caloosahatchee estuary, there's been about 1.2 million acre feet of water has been discharged to the estuary, with roughly 350,000 of that coming from Lake Okeechobee itself. On the east coast, there have been about 53,000 acre feet of water discharged just from the C-44 basin to the St. Lucie estuary, and an additional 234,000 acre feet discharged from C-23-24 canals into the estuary, along with an additional 100,000 acre feet, just over 100,000 acre feet discharged to the Indian River Lagoon up in the Fort Pierce area. Southern portion of the system, conservation areas have had roughly 1.2 million acre feet, and I think 2 slides from now I'll just touch on real quick some more breakdown of what this number represents over the past several years. But going into Everglades National Park and the detention cells that I referenced along the eastern side of the park over here, there have been also about 1.2 million acre feet of inflows. For the lower East Coast, there have been just shy of 1.6 million acre feet have been discharged to maintain flood protection along the lower East Coast. That water was discharged to the intercoastal, and Charlie, in about 2 slides, I'll have the answer to some of your questions that you posed at the December meeting. So jumping forward, real quick on groundwater conditions, mostly lower East Coast is looking good from a groundwater perspective, as well as the upper East Coast and Kissimmee Basin. We're going to continue to keep an eye, as always, on the lower West Coast and groundwater conditions there, as mostly those levels have decreased in the recent weeks and months in the dry season. So Ms. Thurl-Lippisch, this slide was prepared in response to, I think, a question you had back in November board meeting to break out those flows to Everglades National Park. What this is, and I won't spend too much time on it, but what it is, it's the exact same data, just presented in 2 different ways. Up here is the flows by calendar year that went underneath Tamiami Trail into Everglades National Park, and they're totaled here on the side. Down here at the bottom is the exact same data, but presented by water year for that same period of time from 2012 to the current water year, 2022. One thing to note is this number right here. Last year, in 2021, there was just over 2 million acre feet of water going underneath Tamiami Trail into Everglades National Park. So you can see that's the highest total in the last 10 years. And so far already this year, although we are still in the dry season for these remaining 3 months, we're just shy of 1 million acre feet of water moving into Everglades National Park.
May I say something?
Certainly. Mr. Martinez, I think at the December board meeting down in Miami, you'd asked a question about that breakdown of flows coming off the lower East Coast and how much of that actually was discharged to Biscayne Bay. So this map over here on the left-hand side, these are all the structures that move water into Biscayne Bay from the lower East Coast, Miami-Dade County. So of that 1.5 million acre feet, roughly 1.1 million acre feet was discharged to Biscayne Bay from local basin runoff along Miami-Dade County in all of these structures. Then I'll just wrap up with the forecast looking ahead for the remaining couple months of the dry season. Climate Prediction Center is calling for a below average rainfall condition for the rest of the dry season, but then once we get into the wet season, it flips and they're forecasting an above average wet season. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Lipich?
Mr. Mitnick, thank you very much for that chart. Would you go back to it real quickly? Okay. So thank you so much. I mean, it's really helpful to see this goal right before our eyes and to see how well it's going, and we will make it even better. Why did we start in 2012?
I just went back 10 years, ma'am.
Okay, I just wondered.
Yeah.
Okay, and so is there any? I know we're all in a rush and everything, but what is your personal statement on this when you look at this? I mean, how long have you worked here? 20 years? 15 years? 18, almost 20. That's great. So, I mean, for your career and what you see, I mean, did you ever think you'd see this when you first came here? I know you are a functional person. You're not implementing anything except what the board is telling you to implement. But what does this say to you?
Well, I think what it says is over the 18 years that I've been here and all the concrete and steel that I've put in the ground, this is the product of all of that concrete and steel. And as long as we continue to do that and build the infrastructure, then the system will respond and water will be moving. Throughout this 10-year period of time, there's all kinds of different operating plans that encompass this last 10-year period, from ERTP to the incremental field tests that we went through, finally to now in 2020, I think it was August of 2020, when the combined operation plan came in place. And then as the Corps of Engineers completes the construction in the SEP South project features, there'll be another iteration of the combined operating plan where we'll start to even move more water down through the system. So I guess that's the way I would view it. That continued infrastructure improvement and the money behind it to be able to make those changes results in water moving.
Thank you very, very much.
Mr. Bergeron?
I'll make it short. I know we're going to have a long day here, but I can't help myself. There's other things that are due to the leadership of this board and the hard work of our staff. I think we're going to have the seepage wall done. I think, John, you said about April.
Yes, sir.
That's one of the other barriers that we have to keep shutting off Sharp River Slough on the east side. On the west side, our staff is moving forward, but maybe in the next few months, be able to present more water moving southwest through the L28. We're putting all the models together, so when the water gets going southwest, it gets under the Tamiami Trail and under Loop Road, and it doesn't back up, and that's more water moving south. And then Drew and myself are working every 8 weeks on a blueprint of dealing with the S12s where they can stay open year-round. And we're going to see a lot of great things, even more water moving south, less water east and west, as we continue to remove these little barriers and get the benefit of the infrastructure we've built over the last 20 years. So I'm excited to keep moving water south.
Great.
Thanks, Mr. Mitnick. Mr. Glenn?
Well, thank you. I'm very happy to report on the ecological conditions through the district. As typical, we're going to start up at the top. And Kissimmee, as John showed, that Lake Kissimmee, we were bringing water down there. So you see discharge has increased dramatically from last month to this month. The floodplain hasn't inundated. It's about 1,400 CFS that's required for the floodplain to inundate. So we're right on the cusp of that. Dissolved oxygen, as you see, is very high right now. Cold water holds more oxygen than warm. So the fish and critters that need oxygen in the water are very happy. Looking at Lake Okeechobee, John already kind of went through all of that. So I'll talk about, we are in the ecological envelope. We have been since January. We have a really good recession rate going, and that's a wonderful thing. Looking at the cyanobacterial bloom potential currently, it's the winter. We typically don't have as much in the winter as we do in the summer, so we're poised really well currently. We take now during the winter months, we only sample monthly for cyanobacteria. So going back to last month, we did have some areas that were a little higher than they were in bloom potential than they are this month. We did see some elevated chlorophyll levels, which means elevated biomass, but very little microcystin in the water, just above the detection limit. Looking at St. Lucie, there's no blue in this chart going across, so there's been no releases from S80 or from Lake Okeechobee. You see currently this light blue to darker blue gradient through the estuary, which is set up very nicely for this time of year, and we are within the good range for salinity for adult oysters. On the Caloosahatchee side, we have been, as John said, discharging a weekly average of about 2,000 CFS. That is in the preferred envelope range for the Caloosahatchee. And you see a setup here of fresh at the top to getting to brackish, getting to salty at the end. And at all of our sites, we are within the good range for adult oysters in the Caloosahatchee. So those releases are being very beneficial currently. Coming to the STAs, you see that we've had about 975,000 acre feet through the STAs this water year, about 80% of that from the lake. I wanted to go through and talk about where we are with condition in the STAs. And back in October, I came and I brought to you a pretty detailed report on what activities do we have in place during the dry season. So the dry season is the time that we rest the STAs. It's also the time that we go in and we do projects. So in October, I came in and told you about the restoration strategies projects and the refurbishment projects that we are doing within the STA so that we are positioning ourselves to meet QBEL. So that hasn't changed. We're still moving forward on these projects. Going to this next slide, you'll see that these two cells that were regraded have been completely graded. They are now growing in, and we anticipate those ready for flow this coming wet season. In STA1 West, we're still doing a lot of work in here on basically getting rid of this dogleg, improving the hydraulics of the system. Down at the bottom end, we're building a pump station to move water from the new cell down to the bottom cell. So there's still a lot of construction going on in one east and one west. And when we talk about moving lake water through STAs, usually we use the central flowway, which is 2 and 3. So these don't typically take lake water anyway, but they're pretty much offline for construction currently. Coming into 2, this is the area that we are filling that lake. This is what I showed in October. This is the progress we've made in filling that. We have this flowway has to be brought down because of seepage. So we are currently flowing about 100 CFS through STA2. In STA3, this is the cell that pretty much collapsed, that we've gone in and done a lot of work to bring that back up. That's a 1.5-year project. We started back in March. So we're looking at, it'll be in the middle of the wet season, hopefully before we can use this one again. STA 5-6, we have a little success story in STA 5-6. If you remember last year, we did a bypass, or not a bypass. We actually pumped water down through gymnastics that John's crew was able to get done and bring water into the flowways 1 and 2 so they wouldn't dry out. Look at the 7-day and the 28-day performance of this. This is primarily the water is going through STA 5-6 is going through those cells, and it's performing wonderfully. So not having those dry out last year, along with the scraping that was done in here to bring these down to grade, is showing some really good success. Looking at Biscayne Bay, if you're below sea level, we think that's a good thing. The lower you can get into this mesohaline area is what we're looking for, and that's about where we are. Just above 20 here in Biscayne Bay, so salinity is looking good within the bay. Coming down into the Everglades, the things that strike you most is there hasn't been much change at all in Water Conservation Area 1. Conservation Area 2 is starting to dry down in this area. Water Conservation Area 3A in the northeast, this is where we worry about dry out, where we worry about loss of peat through either fire or oxidation, and then the alley north is about right here. So that's a colony that's the largest in the Everglades and requires, that area being hydrated for it to be successful. John mentioned that there is water that's being moved currently out of 2 and up and around here to come in to try to help out that condition. But you'll see that Shark River Slough, Taylor Slough still has connectivity, and John mentioned the 322s down here, which through direct rainfall and through water management has been putting water through Taylor Slough, and we'll see in the Everglades, in the Florida Bay slide coming up, that's been really good for salinity there. Wanted to talk a little bit about Water Conservation Area 2. John already did, so you see that inflows are less than outflows currently, and that's the process that's trying to up and around to help out this area here. And there's a site up here and a site down here. There are gauges that we look at. And so this area is getting hydrated. They're about to open a structure here to help this area. But this is looking good. This is looking good because we're taking water out for the lower end. And we anticipate, if we follow on this trajectory of where we are down in the bottom end, that if I was here last month, this was blue. Remember, it was very ponded and very deep, and Mr. Bergeron had concerns. That's being taken care of by taking that water and pumping it up and around. So we anticipate coming down to be about where we typically are within Water Conservation Area 2 at the end of the dry season. Wading bird summary from last year. Dr. Mark Cook finished all of his analyses and found that from last year's nesting, there was 89,000 total nests. You look across, you see that's the second highest since the 1940s. It's remarkable. Not only was it very successful in getting chicks out of the nest, but they also survived because there was lots of food in the basin. So why was it so good? It was because that prolonged hydro period allowed for the prey base to be there, and habitat availability was fantastic. So last year was a fantastic year for wading birds. Coming up to this year as compared to last year, there are birds that are out there, but it's not going to be as a successful year as last year. It's just we don't see the hydro period staying as long as they did last year. It's an annual, what do you do with climate? And these birds, as long as you're having a return frequency of those good years in about 1 in 3, that the population is okay. Now coming down into Florida Bay, and this is the 25th to 75th interquartile range, which we like salinity to be within. And you see within the central, or the eastern, the central, and the southern, they're all there. And this was great because last week I was looking at this and we had popped out of it and I was concerned. And then with the rainfall that happened directly over, and we had some more rainfall directly over yesterday in the operations of the 332s, it's kind of a game that kind of waxes and wanes. So we're keeping our eye here. It looks good currently, and we'll just hope for these continued showers that happen with these fronts to keep the bay in good condition. And talking to the scientists, they say, we get through the end of March with in or close to this interquartile range, and we're really set up well for not having a hyper saline condition. And that's what I have for you today, and I'll happily take any questions.
Mr. Butler.
Lawrence, put you on the spot. You, John, and Drew, I'll let all of y'all take this one. Fire, controlled burning. Where are we at on controlled burning plans? I don't remember who's in charge of that. I know we've done one on Kisso. Oh, that's right, Mr. Stephen, Mr. Collins. I know we've done the 1,400 acre on Kisso. Getting 27 degrees 2 mornings in a row at my house 2 weeks ago. Everything is brown, everything is burnt. 2 nights ago, I had a transformer pole catch on fire. Started a fire. Fortunately, my daughter saw it while she was feeding calves. Got it put out with a cabbage frond and shovels. But we got a lot of fuel in the Kissimmee Basin. And I think our land managers are Sean, you've been posting some controlled burns on social media, and I think that's good to let the public know that's coming. I thank you. We've got to keep that controlled burning going, and whatever resources we can, because that's a lot of fuel. There's a lot of fuel in that Kissimmee River Basin Valley right now, and I think we need to get it taken care of before we get shut down by forestry and start having other issues. Certainly. I don't think we need that fuel to go into July. So I would encourage y'all to really continue to push, and let's get some controlled burning done. Yep.
And something I didn't mention, we are doing a control burn in STA 56 in cell 4 because there's a lot of woody debris in there that we're not, shouldn't be there from an STA standpoint. So we are, that's just an aspect of using our burning tool and the toolkit within the system.
Anyone?
I have one question real
Mr.
quick.
Bergeron?
Can you put that slide up that shows down at the Tamiami Trail, southern end of the Big Cypress?
Where was that one?
Yeah, the red, that's below ground level?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So
That's one of the important things about these 3 culverts we're modeling to go in the L28 and continue to have that water go south of the trail, because here you have water below ground level.
Correct.
And it's just more water moving south. And so I just wanted to point that out. So we have this water continuing to go southwest to the 10,000 Islands with this new plan that we're looking at. Thank you.
Any other questions? Thanks, Lawrence.
Thank you.
We'll move on now to the discussion agenda. Item 25 is a cooperative agreement with the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission. The water conservation areas 2 and 3 staff. Mr. Collins?
Thank you, Chairman Goss, board members, for letting me speak to you today. If it's okay with you, Mr. Chairman Goss, I'd like to address Mr. Butler's questions about controlled burning before I start my presentation.
Please.
We're scheduled for prescribed burning in the Kissimmee River Basin. We've got burn scheduled. The water levels have come up based on John's releases, so I have to wait for water levels to go back down, and then we're going to start burning. Throughout the region, we are burning every day of the week. We're burning on weekends to try to catch up. One thing I don't have to do with my people is motivate them to burn. They're very highly motivated.
You bring up a good point. That's what I want to put in my board comment earlier this morning. I want to recognize staff because these controlled burns that happen on a Monday, they're preparing Saturday and Sunday to make it happen. And I want to thank staff for making this happen. Again, timing is of the essence. So thank you, Mr. Collins, to you and your staff.
Thank you. So today we're going to have a 2-part presentation. I'm going to start the presentation talking about the agreement for which we're seeking governing board approval. Then I'll transition to Marcia Ward from FWC, who will talk about the management of the property, and then you'll get to see me again as I ask for approval of the resolution. So if it's okay with you, we'll go ahead and get started. Staff is seeking governing board approval for a cooperative agreement by and between FWC and the district. It replaces an agreement that was originally executed in 1952. Which is longer than most of us have been employed and even longer than I've been married. That didn't come out right. Staff is seeking renewal for an initial term of 15 years with 2 15-year automatic renewals. The agreement covers approximately 126,000 acres of land, and in the map here, it's the land depicted in blue. Oops. The blue land right here and up in here. It's approximately 126,000 acres. The agreement requires FWC to implement all applicable best management practices in accordance with Florida Administrative Code. There's a termination for convenience clause allowing either party to terminate with 90 days notice. And there's no monetary obligation incurred by the district associated with this agreement. The purpose of the agreement is to provide for fish and wildlife conservation as well as fish and wildlife-based public outdoor recreation in water conservation areas 2 and 3, which are managed by FWC as part of the Everglades Complex of Wildlife Management Areas. The EWCMA, as it's known as, is comprised of water conservation areas 2 and 3, plus the Rotenberger Wildlife Management Area, which is right here, and Holy Land Wildlife Management Area, which is right here. The FWC is guided by its management actions by a 10-year management plan with the current version running from 2015 to 2025. Before I introduce Marshall Ward to come up and talk about the management plan, I'd like to recognize James Erskine from FWC, who's also here today in support of the agreement. Now, with that in mind, with that, I'll ask Marshall Ward to come up and give us the presentation on the management agreement.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me here today to discuss FWC's management actions on the Everglades and Francis S. Taylor Wildlife Management Area. My name is Marcia Ward. I'm an assistant regional biologist for FWC in our Wildlife and Habitat Management section, and I oversee all the great work our biologists and technicians do for wildlife and the public on our wildlife management areas across the South region of Florida. Again, the Everglades Wildlife Management Area is made up of water conservation areas 2 and 3, which together total about 671,000 acres. It's in green on the map. The FWC is designated as the lead managing agency by the Board of Trustees and manages for land stewardship, fish and wildlife conservation, and nature-based outdoor recreation. And as part of the management of the area, FWC has the cooperative agreement with the South Florida Water Management District to provide these management actions and recreational opportunities on district properties within the WMA. We also have a cooperative agreement with the Miccosukee tribe for a portion of the area. Habitats in the wildlife management area include sawgrass swale, upland tree islands, wet prairie, and freshwater slough. And like mentioned, FWC biologists have a guiding management plan that directs goals and activities on the area. The management plan includes Everglades and neighboring Holy Land and Rotenberger wildlife management areas, which collectively are managed as the Everglades Complex of Wildlife Management Areas. This FWC and South Florida Water Management District cooperative agreement has been in place since 1952. The cooperative agreement supports wildlife and habitat conservation for the WMA and helps provide public access opportunities for an average of 81,000 visitors each month. The agreement allows our governmental agencies to work together for the benefit of wildlife and the people of Florida. The length of the agreement shows our commitment to the long-term partnership and presents a positive teamwork image to our stakeholders, and we are glad to support the renewal of this agreement between our agencies. FWC's wildlife and habitat management staff lead our agency's efforts across the WMA, and we conduct conservation activities like tree island restoration, invasive plant treatment, prescribed burning, wildlife and vegetation surveys, and oversee public use. However, a lot of other groups at FWC play a role in the successful management of the WMA, including our law enforcement, our office dedicated to public access, and other FWC groups like invasive wildlife, hunting and game management, freshwater fisheries, alligator management, and dedicated volunteers. One of our actions is our successful invasive plant management program. Our staff survey for and treat exotic plants annually across the area. This year's treatments are depicted in red on the map. Over this year, we will maintain over 6,000 acres, spending just over $500,000. Some of the invasive plants we keep at bay include Brazilian pepper on tree islands, Lygodium in the marsh, and exotic grasses on tree islands, levees, and in the marsh. We work with South Florida Water Management District's vegetation management staff and coordinate closely on exotic plant treatments across this very large WMA. District staff survey for and treat exotic plants on tree islands in 3B and on tree islands and other areas in Area 2. District staff also survey and treat for Melaleuca across the entire WMA and helped with initial efforts towards controlling Lygodium in the marsh in southern 3A. For many decades, FWC has worked to restore tree islands in the WMA, particularly in northern 3A, where many were damaged or lost in the past. Tree islands are a small part of the Everglades landscape, but they are an indicator of the overall health of the Everglades ecosystem. They have high plant and animal diversity and provide breeding locations, refuge, and forage for wildlife. We have just over 100 tree islands that are either considered restored or in the process of restoration. The process starts with invasive plant removal and then maintenance of those invasive plants, planting of native trees and shrubs, and then maintenance of those plants until they are fully established. We monitor restoration efforts on tree islands with photo monitoring and other methods, and we are also working with Florida Natural Areas Inventory to quantitatively evaluate our restoration success. We camera trap on the tree islands frequently and observe high wildlife use, and we also monitor wildlife use and conditions during water events. This slide shows a photo point example from a tree island in northern 3A from 2009 until today. After Brazilian pepper trees were removed, we planted 487 trees and shrubs here in 2009. We've seen about an 81% overall survival rate on the island, and through the photos you can see the improved ecological condition of the island. You can see larger trees, a restored canopy, and herbaceous understory that provides forage and shelter for wildlife. FWC also manages prescribed fire for the wildlife management area. We have an annual goal this year of about 12,000 acres. Currently, we have about 150,000 acres in their preferred burn rotation of 3 to 5 years. Most of our prescribed fires are conducted via airboat, but we do also do some aerial ignition via helicopter in coordination with Florida Forest Service. FWC also maps wildfires and coordinates with the Florida Forest Service on any response to wildfires. Prescribed burns are designed to protect tree islands, reduce catastrophic wildfires, and enhance habitat for wildlife like wading birds, marsh birds, and terrestrial wildlife like deer. The map on the slide is an example of our planning for prescribed fire over the upcoming year. Wildlife and habitat management staff complete many wildlife surveys across the area. A lot of these are listed on the slide, and they include surveys for secretive marsh birds like black rails and aerial helicopter surveys for deer to develop hunt recommendations. We also coordinate with South Florida Water Management District's Great Wading Bird Monitoring Program to monitor wading bird nesting efforts across the Everglades each year. The cooperative agreement helps protect many special resources. FWC works with the Division of Historical Resources to monitor cultural resource sites across the WMA. Another resource is rare plants. FWC contracted with Florida Natural Areas Inventory over the course of 4 years to survey the entire complex for rare plants. In Everglades Wildlife Management Area, 239 islands were surveyed and 15 rare or listed plant species were documented. The WMA provides abundant nature-based outdoor recreational opportunities for the people of Florida. There is hunting for wildlife, like for deer, waterfowl, alligators, and migratory birds. Very popular for fishing, boating, and airboating. There is opportunity for camping. There are camps located across the area. We also provide interpretive materials like signs and kiosks, an overlook, and a wildlife exhibit for the public. There are 28 boat ramps across the Everglades WMA that provides fishing and boating access to the canal system and to the marsh. The boat ramps indicated on the map are managed not only by FWC, but other agencies too, like DOT and Broward County. The Everglades is the second most popular fishing tournament destination regionally behind Lake Okeechobee. And the L67A canal consistently has one of the highest catch rates for bass in surveyed waters. FWC also provides ecological recommendations to state and federal water managers to help benefit the many wildlife species that inhabit the WMA. These include many calls with your staff, interagency calls that provide input to the Army Corps of Engineers for water management recommendations, agency commenting for Everglades restoration projects, and work with our partnering agencies to develop water management recommendations that ensure protection of Florida's fish and wildlife for their benefit and for the benefit of the public. As we mentioned at the beginning, we have a management plan that serves as the basic statement of policy and direction for the management of the WMA. It provides information on the area, identifies management goals and strategies, and it includes a wildlife strategy and a recreation plan. The management plan guides management for 10 years, and land management reviews are conducted every 5 years. Our management plans are primarily guided by legislative input. Other guidance we receive is from the Management Advisory Group, various FWC's office and sections, public input, and other organizations like our partners and local governments. On the right is a visual representation of the process from the Management Advisory Group meeting, where we solicit stakeholder input right at the very beginning of the process. Through development of the plan, biologists and planners develop the plan. It's then presented at a public meeting where we gain broader citizen input, and then that goes to the final development of the plan and submission of the plan for review and approval. Our current management plan goes through 2025, and we will start the process to update the management plan sometime over the next year or so. And that is all I have.
Thanks. Is there public comment?
There is, Mr. Chairman. We have two, Newton Cook, followed by Nyla Pipes.
Not that you probably want to hear what I got to say. Newton Cook, United Waterfowls of Florida. It's really been a good day because I get to stand up here and say nice things and positive things today during a pretty rough meeting. This has been an incredible agreement because I came to Florida in 1997. In 1998, I put my little boat in at Holiday Park, Everglades Holiday Park, and I was amazed. I mean, it was forever. You could just go forever. And that's what these things are. This is the Central Everglades. And Mr. Bergeron and I have been hollering for years about this part of the Everglades is just as important as everything south of the Tamiami Trail. And you know what? The FWC and the district have worked together for years and years and years to do the best to make that happen. The difference is we get hundreds of thousands of people enjoying this Everglades. Fishing, hunting, camping, hiking, biking, airboating. Oh my God, can you imagine running an airboat south of the Tamiami Trail? It's an incredible agreement, 50 years. I have to tell you though, the FWC works with what they're handed. And the district and Mother Nature hands them what they have to work with. The biggest problem we've had, WCA 3, is too high, too deep, always too deep, 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 deep. Right now, it's just barely recovering from 5 years of too deep after Irma. There used to be tens of thousands of deer on those tree islands that you saw, the little remnants that are left. The 50s, there were tens of thousands of deer. And was it the late 80s and the 90s? They were out there killing them by the thousands, mercy killings, because we were putting too much water in WCA 3 in the Central Everglades. So there's a good side and a horrible side to the story. But overall, it's been a tremendous boon to South Florida. Everglades Holiday Park has just gone through a revolution here, a renovation. The meeting we had with Dan West was probably 12 years ago when we sat down at some park somewhere and decided where, who, and what was going to happen out there. This coming few months, we expect to see kind of a completion and the boats going and everything going again. Years and years and years and years of work. And we appreciate every bit of it. I'm going to say one thing about the SDAs. One number popped up today. 80% of the lake water went through the SDAs. That destroys SDAs, and it explains exactly the problem we have out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cook. It's hard to follow that. Nyla Pipes, One Florida Foundation. You know, he makes great points, and many of you have looked at that and seen it firsthand. Some of you with us on field trips, and some of you, you know, within the realm of your work for the district or your other businesses, et cetera. Drowning those tree islands it's something we got to figure out, and I know that we're all working on it. So I do want to agree with Newton on those points, and also about the STAs and sending too much water south too quickly to clean it, right? That residence time is really important. To the point at hand, FWC does a fantastic job. They bring the science to this. Their biologists work really, really hard to keep our Central Everglades, our WCAs, as good as we possibly can, considering everything, considering the population boom in South Florida, considering how much water we do need to manage, et cetera. There's a heart story here, and I think it's the most important part of all of it. To continue with Everglades restoration and to continue with all the work that is done right here in these walls, we have to have the public buy-in. What the WCAs do is offer a really fantastic way for the average human being who lives in Broward County, for example, to pop right over and literally put their hands on the Everglades, to touch it, to smell it, to feel it, to recreate. And all of that is so incredibly important to support this work that is going on, that we're trying to do to salvage and save the Everglades. So I want you to know that we're absolutely in support of continuing this wonderful partnership between the state agencies on this. FWC has been doing a great, great job. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pipes. Switching over to our virtual commenters, we have Mark Perry.
Yes, good afternoon, the governing board. Thank you. They're basically Mark Perry, Florida Oceanographic. You know, I appreciate so much the technical reports and the layout, and especially the new addition of the amount of flows going under Tamiami Trail. As John Mitnick proposed and said, that's a remarkable number that we want to continue to see move south and under Tamiami Trail. You know, that when you look at John's slide on slide 10 and 11, you can understand that there was a lot of flow going south into the water conservation areas, 923,000 acre feet. And most all of that is basin runoff. There's only about 79,000 acre feet that goes into the STAs. All the rest of that 973,000 acre feet is from basin runoff. So, you know, the amount of water going through the STAs and into the water conservation areas is primarily, again, that basin runoff from the EAA. So we want to make sure, you know, as we get lake levels continuing to rise, that, you know, the capacity of moving water south is really important for the lake water to move south instead of being discharged to estuaries. So we really want to make sure that capacity is there and require the on-site retention and detention of water by the folks in the EAA so that there's more capacity to be able to move water south when the lake starts to rise again from the lake. Just in general, again, I thank you again for your commitment to working with the Corps of Engineers in LOSUM and trying to come up with the operating plan that we really are looking forward to implementing that will still provide that flexibility and still provide for all the legal users to get what everybody needs during this operating schedule moving forward. So stay committed to that. Stay committed to, you know, making sure we monitor what's going on in the state legislature and counteracting whenever we can. I know you've got the support and commitment from many people out here in the community. So again, thanks for all you do. Thanks for all the staff and everybody working so hard to get this done. Take care.
Thank you, Mr. Perry. Next, we have Becky Harris.
Hi, can you hear me?
We hear you, Ms. Harris.
Awesome. So sorry I missed being there today, and I missed the earlier comments. I will be brief, but unfortunately I won't be so complimentary today. Regarding the change to LOSM, that's what appears to be requested by the district, is terrible. The district, the Corps, thousands of stakeholders, we spent 3 years negotiating a fair and balanced lake schedule. In the end, I don't think any group got exactly what they wanted, but I think in the end, it was fair to all. Of course, I'm a St. Lucie River stakeholder, and all throughout that process, I felt the district, the Corps, they were truly committed to a fair conclusion. But what's happening now with this action that the district is, I think, pushing, it feels like a big
Ms.
bait and
Harris,
switch.
I'm going to have to interrupt. This is regarding item number 25 on the discussion agenda. Can you limit your comments to that item, please?
Sorry, I thought this was general comment.
No, you can call back and raise your hand, or raise your hand for that. That's going to be later on in our agenda. Number.
Okay.
Thank you. I don't have any additional raised hands, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes.
Presenters.
Roman?
Yes, thank you for being here today, and I have a question for the FWC biologist. On your slide number 8, I want to better understand what you're communicating. When you look at the amount of land that you have to manage, which you mentioned in your presentation was 6,000 acres, and when I look at the exotic treatment, it barely scratches the surface of the area. And you use the term management in your presentation. Could you clarify that? I mean, management to me would, from learning from you, I've been out with you on the field trips, exotic removal would have taken place, and then you're just in a management mode for the rest of it. Could you address this slide a little bit further?
Yeah, sure. So, like you said, we will do annual treatments, but sometimes when things are in a good maintenance mode, meaning we've treated them and it's looking good, we will then put them on a rotation. So we'll only go back to certain areas every 3 years and survey, and if there are any new exotic growth, we'll treat it then. So really, the entire WMA is basically in a maintenance condition right now. And so this year, the annual treatments are on 6,000 acres. And so that includes tree islands, which our tree islands are the ones that we will get to a good place, and then we will put those on a rotation of every about 3 years if we can. And some will require annual treatments at first, but then when they're in a good place, we can put them in a rotation. Some of the areas, it depends on the plants that you're treating. You do need to treat it every year. Some of the exotic grasses that are very aggressive, we'll have to treat those sometimes twice a year. And then the large block you see on the bottom, a couple of years ago, we started detecting patches of Lygodium in the sawgrass marsh. And so that's where initially we worked a lot with district staff to kind of figure out a strategy and do some initial surveying. And so now we have sections that we are surveying for, and when the contractors come across it, they'll treat it. And so we're kind of working systematically to make sure we have a good handle on that.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions by board members? Mr. Bergeron and then Mr. Turlovich.
I think this is a great partnership. I want to thank Marcia for your service. It was an honor working with you for 10 years as a commissioner. And the FWC and South Florida Water Management together, extremely important that we manage water levels compatible with the environment, the wildlife, and all of our plant communities, and work hand in hand with our state partners so they can manage the wildlife and the exotics and the maintenance that are necessary. So I think it's a great partnership, and it's important that we communicate constantly in regards to what we're doing, because if we don't manage the water correct, they can't manage the wildlife. Manage the water correct, and the wildlife will take care of themselves.
Thanks, Mr. Bergeron. Mr. Olepich.
Ms. Ward, thank you very much. Of course, I support this. Can you explain a little bit about the airboating and how can you just airboat anywhere, or are there paths, and how do you balance the wildlife with the airboating, to me, seeming like it would be disruptive to birds and such?
You can actually airboat anywhere across the area throughout most of the year. So it's a pretty large area, and people do really like to recreational airboat. So there are trails, so a lot of people use the main sort of trails, but you don't have to. But we really have, unless there's a water event going on where we'll take some special measures to limit people's access, we really don't have any issues with the public recreationally airboating through the area. So we haven't had any problems like that. Most people do stick to the trails and travel to and from certain places that they like to go, depending on what they're doing.
So the trails don't go close to any of the rookeries when they're breeding or raising their young?
No, some of the larger wading bird colonies aren't necessarily near airboat trails, but typically if some species like snail kites, if they decide that they want to nest in a certain spot and it happens to be near an airboat trail, they're usually okay because they chose that spot even with people traveling back and forth. But some of the larger colonies, they're not really near where people go too often.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions? Great. Can I get a motion on Resolution 2022-0208?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there further discussion by the board? Hearing none, I'm going to call that question. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Mr. Martinez?
Yes.
Ms. Meads?
Yes.
Colonel Roman?
Yes.
Vice Chair Wagner?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. Mr. Olepich?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle?
Yes.
Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
Thank you all very much. Next, we'll go to item 26, which is the Clewiston Field Station. Mr. Shirky? Or Mr. Virgil?
Good afternoon. I'm here today to present the Clewiston Field Station SERP NEAP expansion and subsequent relocation. I'm going to present the reasons why we need to expand and relocate the field station, and then Alan's going to come in and go over the progressive design build section of the work. So this first slide here depicts the area of responsibility for the Clewiston Field Station. That's in tan. It's a quite large area. It extends from all the way from US 27 all the way to the west coast. The projects highlighted in blue here are the new project features that are going to be coming in under SERP, SEP, NEAP, and restoration strategies. They include the EAA reservoir and STA, C43, BOMA, Lake Hicpochee. You can see pretty extensive, a lot of new miles of embankment, new pump stations, new water control structures, plus the fact that the field station is already supporting the STA 5-6 complex, the A1 FEB, and STA 3-4. So the existing Clewiston Field Station is on a 6-acre site that's too small to accommodate the required buildings for the current and future needs for the restoration projects. The existing guide tower here restricts use of this upper area because of the guide wires. And the site is really too small to accommodate any future stormwater management system that we have on there. We'll need for after development. You can see the existing buildings, and these red boxes indicate the existing septic tanks that support the facility. Again, this is the new site. The old site, it's zoned rural residential right now, and expansion is prohibited, even though the county has a process to rezone the site. It's very lengthy, and it's not guaranteed that you would be successful. In order to connect to sanitary sewer, we'd have to extend the lines more than 1.5 miles, and the fall radius for the new tower would not be accommodated on this site. So here's some pictures of the existing conditions at the field station. You can see the picture on the left, kind of cramped, crowded workspaces for the crews. We've even had to bring in trailer facilities to support on-site staff right now. The building picture on the left shows a very cramped, low vertical clearance if we have to put vehicles on lifts to work underneath them. You can see the one on the right, we actually have a lift outside the building so that we can put them in the air and work underneath them. Imagine if that was a dump truck or a larger piece of equipment, it would require even more vertical clearance. You can see here on the left, we have quite a bit of issues with existing utilities, crampedness. Pictures on the right show deteriorated conditions of the building frame, showing its end of life. Again, some more pictures just showing how tight the storage is and inadequate office facilities that we have at the existing site. So on to this slide. This shows the existing one on the right and the proposed site on the left. It's only about a 2.7 mile difference. This is good because then staff that is currently at the Clewiston Field Station won't have to travel very far to get to the new one. You know, we don't want to have people add miles and miles to their commute in order to be able to get to the new field station. So now on to the proposed site. So the governing board approved the purchase of the industrial zone land back in March of 21. The new 10-acre site will accommodate the buildings and staff sizes for the new facilities needed to support all of the new restoration projects under SERP, SEP, NEEP, and restoration strategies. The new buildings will be built to code, including hurricane codes, so they ensure response readiness after a storm. We're going to have sanitary sewer and municipal water right adjacent to the site, and the new site will accommodate the communication tower fall zone. Here's just a conceptual layout of the new site. With some footprints, you can see the increase in the administration building, the fleet shop, laydown areas, communication towers, stormwater ponds, and connections to the city sewer. We'll also include new landscaping, xeriscape landscaping, native landscaping, drought-tolerant plants, and minimal grassing areas. And then just in summary, again, the new facility will support all of the new infrastructure that's coming our way. As we mentioned before, it's going to be moved to a properly zoned site. We're going to have the sanitary sewer and water connections available to us. And then the existing site, of course, has reached the reached the end of its useful life. The new one will meet the building codes, hurricane standards as necessary. And the existing site's really not large enough to accommodate the expansion needed for the tower, fall radius, and stormwater pond. So those are the highlights of why we need to go there. We've been looking forward to this for quite a long time and really are happy to see this project finally move into this stage. So if anybody has any questions before Alan comes up, I'd entertain those. Okay. It's all yours, Alan.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and board members. So similar to some of the other field station relocation projects that we've undertaken, Okeechobee, BCB, Homestead, for this delivery of the project, we're using progressive design build. And so for the solicitation, it's a two-step process. And so the request for qualifications went out back in September, and we had 6 firms submit their qualifications. The qualifications basically consisted of experience, projects that they'd done in the past, as well as staff, who they were going to use to move this project forward if they're selected. And so there was a sunshine committee that was convened to go ahead and go through those proposals, score them, and then get back together to decide how many of those 6 firms were going to be shortlisted. The Sunshine Committee decided to shortlist all 6. They didn't cut any out based on, a big break in scoring from phase 1. And so all 6 firms then, their project approach was evaluated, and they were brought in for oral interviews. And so detailed questions about how they would deliver the project were asked, and then they were scored based on their responses to those questions. And so coming out of all of that, Package 1 scoring, Package 2 scoring, and oral presentation scoring, there was a final total ranking that is shown here. And so they were ranked 1 through 4. There was a 3-way tie for 4th, and State Contracting and Engineering Corporation was the highest ranked firm. And so with that, I have a resolution for the board's consideration, which consists of entering into a 460-day contract, potentially with State Engineering Contract Corporation, for a 60% design and stipulated price proposal. What that would do is get us a good way through the design and get us to a point where we're confident in the number that it's going to take to go construct the project during Phase 2. At that point, we would bring the project back before the board. We would have that number, and then we would ask for a second approval to move into that Phase 2, which would consist of final design and construction. And with that, be happy to take any questions.
Any questions? Hey, I've got one. What if everything moves along smoothly, what's our estimated completion date?
So you'd be looking at 465 days for this Phase 1, and then probably 2 years, plus or minus, for the construction phase beyond that. So you're looking at
3.5 years?
Roughly.
Okay. Great. Any other questions? Is there any comments?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Lipich?
Thank you for the native landscaping.
Thank you.
Any further comments? Would someone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion for Resolution 2022-0209 in a second. Further discussion by the board? Hearing none. Mr. Butler?
Yes.
Thanks. Mr. Martinez?
Yep.
Ms. Martinez?
Yes.
I mean,
Yes.
I mean, you need
Yes.
Mr. Lipich?
Yes.
Mr. Steinle? Mr. Bergeron?
Yes.
I'm going to vote yes. That passes unanimously. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
The next item on the agenda is staff reports, and we'll do the monthly financial report with Ms. Heater.
Good afternoon. It's a pleasure, as always. I know I always say that, but it is a true pleasure to be here and to be able to report to you, the financials. I do have 2 additional items that I will be reporting on today. One is the disposition of assets, and then the second is the work plan. So for the disposition of assets, Chapter 274, Florida statute, authorizes the South Florida Water Management District to dispose of obsolete, tangible personal property as surplus. The governing board delegated its authority under this chapter to the executive director, and the executive director then further designated this authority to the director of administrative services. Section 274-07 Florida statute requires that the district record in its minutes the tangible personal property disposed of under Chapter 274. 598 fixed assets comprised of vehicles and obsolete equipment and computers, with a net book value of $479,548 were removed during fiscal year 2021. The district received $566,139 in sale proceeds, which is a net gain of $86,591. A list of the tangible personal property declared as surplus is described as a separate document in the meeting packet under Agenda Item 27, and a hard copy of this document is available upon request. So the work plan, annual work plan, that work plan is also attached to the agenda package. It will be included in the South Florida Environmental Report, which will be published March 1st per statute, Volume 2, Chapter 2.
And last year, Mr. Lilipish asked me what our report card looked like, so I came a little better prepared this time. So overall, for our projects, we had an A-B average, so that's fairly good. We had 63 total projects that we measured. About 46 of those projects were an A-B average. So, and then within that document, every metric, it's rather lengthy chapter, and I'm here and staff is here to go over that with the public or with each of you in detail. The monthly financial report. So the monthly financial report is through December, which is our first quarter, October, November, December. We have collected over $295 million, $244 million of that and our ad valorem. So we are pretty much on target. Our state revenues, we've collected about $38 million. We received today over $14 million, and we're sending up another $30 million next week. So things are moving. So you'll see a little bit more progress within the second and third quarter within intergovernmental. And investment earnings, we're doing fairly well. We're averaging about a little over $300,000 a month. So we're over about $934,000. So it looks like we're on target to make our budget as well. So that concludes my reports.
That's great. Thanks, Ms. Heater. Does anyone have any questions, comments? Ms. Meads?
So, Ms. Heater, you know I respect you and admire what you do.
Thank you.
I wish I had your talents and skill sets. So let me ask you, though, a very serious question. Do you believe that you are accountable in the work that you do, that your division reports as the statute requires? Do you believe that you are accountable and transparent?
I do. I really do. And I feel that my staff, that is, accountants, financial analysts, have degrees, and very intelligent individuals, all very much take taxpayer dollars very serious.
Thank you, Ms. Heater.
And we have open door policies and open lines.
Thank you. And thank you to staff.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ms. Meads. Any other comments? Questions? Thanks, Ms. Heater.
Thank you.
We'll go to item 28, which is the General Counsel's report. Ms. Sansay?
Further. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sansay. And general public comment. Rosie? Let's see if Ms. Harris wants to come back.
She does.
Good.
Becky Harris, you're recognized to speak.
Okay, can you hear me?
I hear you, Ms. Harris.
Okay, great. Hey, I want to clarify a couple things. First of all, not only did I miss being there today, but I missed all the comments regarding the district and their unhappiness with the Florida Senate. I need to give a special thanks to the person at the district who called me right after my earlier comments. So I want to apologize for speaking out of tune and not being fully educated. So scratch those earlier comments. I still love you guys. I love what you're doing. And with all your power, do what you guys can do that you said earlier that I missed, which I'm going to go back and look at. But push back on the legislator, and let's keep the positive, fair, and balanced solution that we have with LOSM. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Harris. That concludes public comment. Mr. Chairman.
Thanks. We'll go to, before we go to general board comment, Lieutenant Colonel Polk, you've been sitting there quietly. I don't know if you want to say anything or not. You certainly don't have to, but I appreciate your being here. Thanks very much for being here. We'll go to board comment now. If anyone have board comment? Mr. Butler, you don't have to say anything. But you said you had a long list. So.
I got a long list. I put some work into this thing.
All right. Well, share it.
We got some superlatives here we need to recognize. You're welcome. You're welcome, Charlie. After our December meeting in Miami, which was a great meeting. Thank y'all for hosting. Enjoyed it. The district hosted the ASR workshop there in Okeechobee on the Kissimmee River after that, and the open house. And they did a great job. I don't know. I don't remember. I don't think any of y'all got to go, but to see the 6 different technologies they had set up there, competing side by side, working on water quality to be able to inject back into the ground drinking water standards. There's a lot of great work going on there. And staff, y'all did, Sean, Ms. Reynolds, y'all did a great job in putting that together. I know I saw Glades, Okeechobee, I think Hendry County delegations were there. Everglades Foundation was there, and there were several others. And so it was, I appreciate them putting that together. EVCO, boy, it's good to kind of get together. That's a good way to kick off the year. Talk about some of the Everglades restoration projects we've got going on, the accomplishments and the opportunities. Thank you for the invitation. Thoroughly enjoyed it. I will say, dry season kicking in. While I was down at EVCO on Saturday, I think it was during an Army Corps presentation, but I got a call from a constituent, L60 Canal, and it was kind of neat on a Saturday to be able to walk over during the presentation, sit down next to Mitnick, and take care of that. He got a hold of Sue Lynn, he got a hold of the control room. I told the constituent, don't get used to this on a Saturday. Do not get used to this. I think we may have spoiled them, but that was kind of handy to be able to take care of that. John, thank you for making that happen. That kept him from losing some ryegrass. The canal levels dropped for whatever reason, and overnight there on the weekend. FWC, got to go on a Istapoga tour with FWC. I think just before EVCO, and I appreciate that. Got to go with Commissioner Kathy Rapp, who is my commissioner in Highlands County Commissioner, and Rory Feeney, FWC staff. We talked about the Lake Istapoga Management Plan, recently adopted, and spent 6 hours on Lake Istapoga. I will admit, Lake Istapoga, the northern end of Lake Istapoga is Loretta. That's my mailing address. I've never been on Lake Istapoga. So that was it was good for me to actually get around there. But and I look forward, we'll further down the road here, we'll have some future discussions on things that we can do at Lake Istapoga. And I look forward to those discussions because there are some opportunities there to help make that lake a more viable lake. EVCO to Tallahassee, we talked about Tallahassee. Congratulations, Colonel Roman, Ms. Meads. Thank you for the Senate for the confirmation. Boy, it was busy. Turned around, South Florida Fair. Drew, Sean, Miss Reynolds, I believe, Jennifer Smith, Carolyn. Lawrence unofficially popped in. Got to milk a cow with me. But thank y'all for coming by and seeing that. I appreciated that. One thing I wanted to share with y'all, I serve on the board of directors for an organization we call Nutrient. It's a partnership with our promotion side of things, Dairy Management Incorporated. This is a national organization. Basically, it's funded by dairy farmers, but the organization, we spend a lot of time, we call it Nutrient for a reason. We're working on environmental sustainability initiatives, whether it be carbon reduction, whether it be carbon sequestration, renewable natural gas opportunities, setting up an electric pathway to be able to show that you can take renewable natural gas from cow manure and show that electricity going to your electric vehicle. We're working on setting up pathways like that. But in addition, one of the things we do is we vet through nutrient removal technologies. And so that we evaluate nutrient technologies so that it can be implemented on farms to help remove nutrients, find new ways to remove nutrients. And I just wanted to share with y'all that it doesn't necessarily get talked about. We don't know everything on how to remove nutrients. The technology is still being developed. We're still vetting through that technology, and some of it's still costly. And as it gets more developed, we'll have more availability. But I just wanted to share with my fellow board members that these things we still don't know everything. We don't have all the tools at our disposal yet, but it's coming. It's coming. So that was something I wanted to share with you. Governor's press conference. Thank you, Governor, for being a staunch supporter of Everglades restoration. I was honored to get to attend there, get to stand behind the governor and support him in the initiatives. And it was great to have Senator Rubio, Congressman Mass there, pushing to get these CERT projects done and funded. Lastly, I appreciate the invite from the Natural Resource Leadership Institute, of which Miss Jackie is a alumni of. I got to speak to that group. They were in Okeechobee, and great group, 30 professionals that are learning about the natural resources throughout our state. And a diverse group, anywhere from FWC to FDACS to a lot of governmental agencies, some NGOs, and then just some private industry type people on that group. And I appreciate them asking me to speak. We spoke on water and water resources and farming north of Lake Okeechobee, so that was a great opportunity. A lot has happened in 2 months. And tomorrow, as a reminder, I think a couple of us are all going to Scott Water Farm. We're going to cut the ribbon finally, after 3 delays, I think it was, on another dispersed water project, another opportunity to store water for this coming wet season. And it's already storing water for last wet season. So it's exciting things are continuing to happen. Is that in 43, or does this make 44? It's in the 43. It's already in operation. I assumed it was in 43.
It depends who's counting. We put a period at the end of that sentence.
But those were the things that I wanted to recognize. I talked a little bit on the burning earlier. I already covered that. To me, that was going to be my biggest ask, was just to make sure we give the resources that are needed, because controlled burns are certainly an economical way of managing lands. And if we don't do that, we wind up spending money on tractors and diesel fuel and roller choppers and labor. And and the timing is of the essence right now to make some of these burns happen while we've got some dead grass. So whatever resources that our staff needs to make these things happen, I would appreciate it if we give them the resources. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Butler. Mr. Martinez. Thank you, Ms. Meads.
Looking forward to Sanibel always. I only went to Sanibel because of the governing board, my new favorite place. I wish I lived there too. And Monroe County, we're coming in May.
That's it.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I didn't get much of a break there. Cheryl, you surprised me. I want to thank Mr. Butler and Ms. Meads for being such great traveling companions to Tallahassee, along with Drew and Sean, who made the trip right after Everglades Coalition. We barely got a break, and we were off to Tallahassee. And I'd like to thank the Senate for their confidence and confirmation, and congratulations to you, Cheryl and Ben, as well. I'd like to give a shout out to a member of the staff, and I don't know who is responsible for this, but it's to the person who's responsible for coordinating the H2O overview. There's a 2-part congratulations here that I'd like to give a shout out to. One is for the whole presentation of it, and that may be Sean's shop. I don't know, Drew, can you answer?
It is coordinated out of Sean's shop.
And then it's got to be somebody from the Human Resources Department that's putting together all those programs. And
it is.
Could you tell us who that is?
I'll let Jennifer tell you.
From Human Resources, it's Lourdes Wojtek.
Okay, great.
And Sean's whole team.
Because I want to tell you that publication that goes out to everyone in the district not only is put together in a really professional way, so that's Sean and his team's magic, but the quality of the programs that are offered to everyone who works here at the district, I think, is exceptional. And that takes a lot of work from the folks in human resources that put that all together. I mean, if you haven't taken a look at it, that's some really high-quality programming for all of the members of the district to choose to take a part of or not take a part of. So I appreciate that. And I'm looking forward to seeing everybody at the ribbon cutting tomorrow at the Scott Water Farm. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Mr. Olipich.
Thank you, Chair Goss. I wanted to, today's been rather a whirlwind of emotion based on the past few days. But I didn't want to forget the write-up from Jennifer Reynolds for the Triangle. And this, the politics is the politics. But at the end of the day, and I know staff they are affected by politics, but staff in every case is what keeps the world running. Staff in every case is what keeps the world running. I mean, even like little town of Sewell's Point, town managers come, town managers go. Commissioners come, commissioners go. But the staff is what keeps the world turning. And I just wanted to thank staff for all of their efforts that they're making with the Triangle, because this is our only way through the future, is working together with the other agencies and continuing to have goals together for Everglades restoration and better water quality in the state of Florida. Number two, the EAA, wishful thinking, the C-44 reservoir has been being filled. I don't know if you all have seen any of the pictures, but I mean, it's incredible. My husband, before he sold his plane, they were flying over and taking pictures, and so it's got water in it, and it's from Lake Okeechobee, which freaked me out a little bit in the beginning. But then it was like, okay, there wasn't enough water in the canal, so they were using the lake. And so apparently they're doing, would you come up for 1 second and just talk about this? I mean, so here we are in the middle of this, lightning storm, but there's this incredible thing happening that's so inspirational.
Yeah, so the first 5 feet did kick off, and I think actually this week we're going to begin the next 5 feet of filling over the next, I think, 2 weeks or so. So it's exciting. And while I'm up here too, thank you. Next Friday, the C-23, C-24 with y'all, that's going to be fantastic. Another groundbreaking, and excited for that. But
yes, absolutely. And so you're checking for the.
Well, it's the most vulnerable time, right? So whenever you do the initial fill operations, you've got to make sure that the data we expected to read and see is actually what we're seeing on the ground from the actual measurements. So the dam safety teams from the national-wide or from across the Corps are there right now and making sure they're getting everything they want.
Right. Well, Lieutenant Colonel, I want you to know, and please tell Colonel Booth how exciting it is to have that right there in Martin County. And it's a beautiful thing. Thank you for filling her up. And the last thing is I've had the opportunity over the past few months to visit our libraries here at the South Florida Water Management District. The main one is, I think, is that the B1 building as you come in? B2. It's right there in B2, and it's a library. It hasn't quite, I think what happened is it's like anywhere. As we went from paper to computers, it kind of got left in the dust. But you would not believe some of the historic documents that are in that room. I mean, some of them are precious. Things like that were put together like scrapbooks that people put together in the Great Flood of 1947. And, most of it is agriculture, because that is the history of our agency, even though now we serve more because there's millions more people than what it was in 1948. But we hold the records to the state of Florida. And I just hope in time we can make sure that we do all we can to make sure that they're protected so that they don't crumble or get forgotten, because these are precious documents, and they are not in the Florida archives. They are right here in the South Florida Water Management District. And so it might be interesting for some of you to see them as well. And I thank staff for taking me through there, especially Miss Judith Levine, who was my guide. And I just feel like I have a new friend in history with Judith. She was on her knees. I mean, she was looking at all of these things. And it just meant so much to me to see someone who had such respect for history. And as they say, if we don't know our history, we have a tendency to repeat it, or we have a tendency to forget that we're reliving it. And don't we want to improve ourselves and not just be living a Groundhog Day situation? So thank you so much.
Jackie, I have a question. Are we in the process of digitizing that stuff?
Some things, yes. So it is a process, but yes, certain things have been digitized. Others we're still working on.
But there's a plan to do that?
For some of it, generally, yeah. Some of it's not necessarily things that we could digitize, but
I think, I can't speak for staff, but I mean, it's overwhelming, first of all, because I mean, it's just loads of information. And the first thing you'd have to do is prioritize it. And a lot of it has been. But so it's just, and then there's limited time of staff and there's limited money. But I think absolutely now staff is hoping to kind of find a way through a future of the most special documents, making sure that they are scanned and protected. Don't you think, Ms. Smith?
yeah, absolutely.
Mr. Stanley?
Yeah, I wanted to talk about two local things that we've made progress on. We've talked about landscape irrigation being, one of the easiest and best ways to reduce residential water use because it represents about half of residential use. So district has been working with counties and municipalities. We've talked about this. I want to thank the Palm Beach County Board of Commissioners who earlier in the week approved the irrigation ordinance. I think they're still having a hearing. So that's a big county, obviously. And I just wanted to mention, I think we last looked at this in 2020, maybe a year and a half ago, and sort of measured the number of local governments who either didn't have ordinances or those ordinances hadn't been updated. So it might, Mark's team did a great job on that. We might want to revisit that, or at least just if you guys could give us, the board, a report on the progress, because I know we are making progress there. So happy to report that. And then, as everybody knows, this summer we signed the PPA for the SERP project, the Locks River Restoration Project, and we've begun just recently meetings around the water reservation. So I was a little confused at some news. I think there was a little confusion around whether reserving water takes away from existing users. It does not. And it can't by way of the savings clause because this is a SERP project. So I wanted to just clarify, and I think people recognize this, that these SERP projects create their own supply by capturing water typically lost to runoff. So in this case, the water reservation simply ensures that the water captured by the project, correct me if I'm wrong, Jennifer, is reserved for the environmental restoration of the Loxahatchee River. So there was just some reporting that seemed to indicate that we were might be cutting current consumptive users' supply, which is not the case. And then I'm surprised we haven't mentioned, but Chauncey, you might be mentioning, the governor's requested $725 million from in Everglades restoration in the president's budget, which I know we all strongly support, and obviously we strongly support prioritizing the EAA as a part of that, especially since we've accelerated and begun to fund our part. So I know we'll all be watching that with interest, and wanted to mention that.
Great.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks. Mr. Bergeron?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to talk a little bit about the Everglades Coalition, and it's amazing, all our stakeholders, and I think that organization has been around for 4 decades. And it was a great convention that I was very honored to be there with my fellow board members and our chairman. And we did, I want to thank Colonel Pope for setting up a tour with a lot of people out of Washington and General Kelly. We were able to take a tour into the Everglades along with the Everglades Foundation, and was able to bring them to the seepage wall and let them see the progress that we were making in order to move water south. And also I'd like to thank our chairman again for your leadership. I thought we'd be here at 10 o'clock tonight, but you run a very sharp meeting as long as I don't talk too much. But it's very dangerous when a redneck cowboy has the microphone. But and I want to thank our vice chairman Wagner for his legal viewpoints of what's going on with Senate Bill 2508. I think watching all of this going on in Tallahassee, after all of our stakeholders and hundreds of organizations and thousands of concerned citizens and all our staff, and spending 3 years trying to balance one of the most important resources on the planet, water. And I'm very disappointed with the legislation, ramming this through and without enough time to have educated the public with public involvement and basically affecting our agency that has worked on these issues for the best interest of water supply and our environment. We spent an awful lot of time doing that, and I'm very disappointed in regards to the fact that threatening us and regarding paying out any past CERC appropriations just seems very inappropriate. In order to understand the largest environmental restoration in the history of the world that affects 9 million people, you can't do that in the dark of the night and have full communication and being transparent with the public. And so I'm very disappointed in that. More positive things, 43 ribbon cuttings, on projects we're starting, projects we're finishing, due to the leadership of our governor, leadership of this board, and leadership of our staff, leadership of our stakeholders. We are in flying colors moving forward, moving water south. And I think that I hope by the next meeting, maybe we can have some information on more water moving south through the L28 and on to the 10,000 Islands. And I think we have a bright future for 9 million people in South Florida. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Bergeron. I don't have a lot of comments. I would like to congratulate Colonel Roman, Ms. Meads, Mr. Butler for your reappointment, and I'd like to thank the Senate very much for considering you and taking a great vote and following up on the governor's leadership with your appointment, because you're all hard workers and you do a lot of good for South Florida. I'd like to acknowledge Brenda Brooks, who was the executive director of Crew Trust over in Lee County, and she's been there almost 2 decades, and she's retiring. So I just want to wish her well. And I met her successor, and I'm sorry I forgot his name, but I'll bring him here and we'll introduce him to you all, because I think it's good for our staff here to know. That's right. It's I knew it was Dr. Bob, but I didn't know his last name. It's Lucius. So Dr. Bob Lucius we'll bring over and introduce to our staff here. Thank you, Colonel Roman. Going to something Ben mentioned, we saw a presentation at the Krug Trust meeting on fire. It's with the La Nina. It's supposed to be super dry, and the Florida Fire Service gave a very good presentation on if you live somewhere where you've got trees and shrubs around you, there's lots you should be doing now to start preparing, because it could be a really bad season, and I'm glad we're paying attention to it. And I think the last thing I'd like to say is, I know there's been a little disruption over the last day or two, and I just want to encourage the staff here, the rank and file staff, the folks who are doing God's work out there, just to keep your head down and just keep doing your work, and don't get caught up in this, because it's political, and you all are doing great work, and nothing is ever a reflection on you. And we need you to keep doing what you're doing, because you're doing fantastic work for Florida. Let us deal with it. Let the executive team deal with it, and just keep on and be proud of this organization, because it's an organization to be proud of. The next governing board meeting is going to be March 10th. We also have an audit and finance meeting, and that's going to be in the city of Sanibel. So it'll be nice to see you there, and a short drive for me. So I think with that, we are adjourned. Thanks.